Good morning, Michael Free.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Bapak Ibu.
Good morning from Surabaya.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Kita ngomong kedengaran di sana.
Good morning, wake up.
Morning, Kak Dave.
Hi, good morning, Dave. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
Yeah, you can say something while waiting for our Kajur, yeah. Hi, Michael. David is also one of our lecturers, and Rizky Febri is also one of the lecturers.
Good morning, Mr. Michael. Good to see you here.
Good morning.
Ibu Murtiara Bilkis is also one of the lecturers, and here we go. Pak Anurofik is the chairperson of our department, Language and Art Department. Good morning, Pak Rofik.
Hello, good morning, Bu Eka. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Free.
Good morning, good morning.
Nice to have you here.
Nice to be here.
Yeah.
Although it's very early for you there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 7:30.
It's quite early.
It's too early for learning, maybe.
Because we have so many speakers today.
Good morning, Pak Willy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. The Honorable, the Chairperson of Language and Art Department, Dr. Andes Anurofik, MA, MSc, Head of English Department, Eka Wajuningsi, SPD, MPD, English Lecturer, and my dear webinar audience. All of you are warmly welcome at our webinar, today's webinar. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this webinar, Fostering Spoken Communication in 21st Century Education Through Technology. Thank you for spending some time with us today. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few items so you know how to participate in today's event. You're listening in using your computer speaker system by default. If you will prefer to join over the phone, just select telephone in the audio panel and the dial-in information will be displayed. You will have the opportunity to submit text questions to today's presenter by typing your questions into the chat box of the control panel. You may send in your questions during Q&A sessions at the end of each presentation. So before we start the webinar today, let me deliver the structure of the event today as follows. First is opening. The second session is the presentation from Mr. Willy Renandia. The third, the presentation from Mr. Free. The fourth is the presentation from Mrs. Eka Wajuningsi. And next one is the presentation from Mr. Calvin. And the last one is the closing. Now, let's begin this program with a prayer. So, Junior Rizky will lead this session. Junior, the floor is yours.
Dear God, thank you for your great love and blessing over our lives. Thank you that your favor has no end, but it lasts for our entire lifetime. Forgive us for sometimes forgetting that you are intimately acquainted with all of our ways, that you know what concerns us, and you cover us as with a shield. We ask for your guidance so that we might walk fully in your blessing and goodness today. We ask that your face would shine on us. Thank you would open the right doors for our lives and for our loved one, that you would close the wrong doors and protect us from those we need to work away from. Establish the work of our hands and bring to fulfillment all that you have given us to do in this day. We pray that you would make our way purposeful and our footsteps firm out of your goodness and love. Give us a heart of wisdom to hear your voice and make us strong by your huge favor and grace. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
The second opening is listening to the national anthem and the Jember University's hymn. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Chairperson of Language and Art Department. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Andes Anur Rafiq, MA, MSc.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Let me first deliver my very best greetings to Dr. Willy Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Justinus Calvin Gay Mali, PhD, from Universitas Kristen Sanata Dharma, Indonesia, Michael Free, MA, from Kangwon National University, South Korea, and my beloved colleague, Bu Eka Wahyuningsih from University of Jember, Indonesia. My sincere greetings to all participants of this webinar, teacher educators, school teachers, student teachers and teacher candidates, and other groups of people interested in this topic from Indonesia and overseas. Today's webinar takes a topic on fostering spoken communication in the 21st century education through technology. This topic becomes more important and relevant, especially during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, so today's topic, I believe, will be very interesting. So we would like to listen and get some ideas on how to foster spoken communication through technology from the notable, remarkable speakers, Pak Willy, Pak Justinus, Mr. Michael Free, and Bu Eka. So not to take much of your time, let us make ourselves comfortable to join this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, as the committee also asked me to officially open this webinar, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We shall start the webinar soon, and I hope that this webinar will run well and we could reap benefits from all the presentation and the discussions. And last but not least, let me express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the committee who have prepared this international webinar. Bu Bilkis, Pak Rizky, Bu Areta, Pak David, and the team. That's all I need to say. Thank you. Back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for your speech, Mr. Anur. Without wasting more time, let's go to main session. In this session, I will give the opportunity to lead the session to our first moderator, Mrs. Mutiara Bilkis. Mrs. Bilkis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, Pak Willy. It's really good to have you back here with us today. Okay, so I have the honor of leading you moderate the session with you today. Bapak Ibu, before we start our session, because we have 4 speakers today, I'm going to just be very quick, even though I want to introduce everything about Pak Willy to you, but sadly, I'm not going to talk very much. So here's just a bit of introduction about Pak Willy. So Dr. Willy A. Renandia is a principal lecturer in ELL department, National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And his education background is he was a student in IKIP Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta, Indonesia, in teaching English as a foreign language. And he graduated in 1977. And he took his MA, the first MA, also in IKIP Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta in 1982, and his second MA in University of Hawaii Manoa in USA in 1989. And he took his doctoral degree in PhD in educational psychology in 1993 in University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA. His teaching and research interest is in language learning pedagogy, reading and writing pedagogy, extensive reading and listening, comprehension theories and second language acquisition, and instructional strategies in multicultural societies, and also in teaching English as an international language. He has a visiting professorship in Chulalongkorn University, Thailand in 2018, 2019, and 2021. Also in Thammasat University, still in Thailand in 2019, Kattasart University, Thailand 2019, also in Soka University in Japan 2021. All right, everyone, without further ado, we will see the performance, the presentation from our wonderful Pak Willy Renandia.
Yes.
So Pak Willy, time is all yours. We're going to have 1 hour in total.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Bilkis. Always good to see you.
Yes, really
always good to see colleagues from Jember University, Ibu Eka, Pak Rafiq, Pak David, and am I missing anyone here?
Bu Areta.
And Bu Areta as well. Yes, always good to see you, all of you. This morning, what you said just now, that I graduated in 1977, that seems like a long time ago.
You're still young, what?
That was 1977, yes. I remember the good old days when I was studying in Yogyakarta many years ago. And you know, speaking of the good old days, this is what happens in the good old days. Many years ago, when we wanted to meet somebody to have a chat, that's what we did. You know, we invite them for a conversation over coffee, over tea, and then we had, you know, one-to-one conversation. No mobile phones. What we had back then was a telephone. So we made a phone call in order to, you know, set an appointment and things like that. In other words, life used to be very simple and also beautiful as well. Today, life becomes a bit more complicated. When we communicate, we are spoiled for choice. There are many ways now to communicate with other people. And today, communication has become so complex, then we have to be using some sort of technology in order to make us understood, in order to help us communicate things to other people, you know, even with our family, with our friends, and also with many other people from all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the key takeaway, the most important points of today's session is this. And I hope you'll be working with me on this. But the topic today is communication skills, yeah? Communication skills are important today, yesterday, and they will continue to be important in many years to come. It's not just a 21st century thing. It was important many years before. It is important now, and it's very important in the future as well. It's important for our personal life when we communicate with family members, with friends, and our social life, and also our professional life as well. I know that many of you are teachers of English, And in the classroom, you also communicate with your students. When you teach, that's what you do. You communicate with your students. And you want to be able to communicate in ways that are easy for your students to understand, that are easy for your students to remember as well. Either face-to-face context or using technology in some way to communicate what you want to say to them, whether in the classroom or even beyond the classroom. What is important for us to remember is this: it takes a lifetime to master communication skills. So you can continue to improve on your communication skills, because if you don't, then you'll get into a big problem. When you try to communicate ideas or things or simple messages to your family members, these ideas can be misunderstood very easily. So communication skills, with or without technology, will always be a very important skill for us to learn. And we can always learn to improve the way we communicate with other people. So that is the key points of today's presentation. And today I'm going to be looking at essentially four things that will help us become better communicators. Now, where English language is concerned, we need to develop our language skills. And where communication is concerned, the other side of talking, speaking, representing, communicating in writing or in speech, we need to develop a very good comprehension skills as well. And then number three is what is mostly relevant in today's presentation, discussion, that is representing skills. In the past, we talked about speaking and writing. But today, with digital technology, it's not enough for us to just speak orally or to write just in using language, but we need to use other means in order to communicate our message more effectively. So the term representing skills have become a commonly used term in education and also in our life. And point number four, no less important, is intercultural competence. I think I remember Pak David last time discussed at length about intercultural competence. So I'm going to mention this briefly and share with you how important it is for us to understand culture, our culture, and other people's culture as well. Because communication happens when we, have common understanding of each other's culture. Without that cultural competence, I think we may get into a big problem when we communicate with other people from the same country, or, communication with other people from other countries as well. So these are 4 or 5 things that I'll be sharing with you. Now, please don't let me speak for more than 10 minutes, okay? So every time you feel that you have questions, please just raise your hand and ask your questions. And Ibu Bilkis will be very happy to, to forward the questions to me for my immediate response. Okay, first off, language skills. Very important in whatever language that you'll be using for communication. But today, I'll be focusing on the kind of language skills that you need in order for you to be able to communicate more effectively and more confidently in the English language. I understand that many of you are English language teachers, yeah? Ibu Bilkis, are you an English language teacher? Yes, you are. Ibu Eka, yes, you are. Ibu Gania, yes, you are. But David, yes, you are an English language teacher. So I'll be focusing on the kind of language skills that are needed for us to communicate in today's world. 3 things that you need to pay attention to. Number 1, pronunciation. Number 2, grammar. Number 3, vocabulary. Very simple. Let's look at the first one, pronunciation. The way you use English for communication, oral communication, or written communication with other people. Point 1 to remember is this. Today, you do not need to speak like Michael Free, our friend here from the US. Now he lives in Korea. You don't have to speak like him because he is an American and we are not. Yeah. What is important for us is to be able to speak like we do. Yeah, to speak like a non-native speaker. But what is important is that our speech will have to be comprehensible, understandable. Locally, when you speak to your friends in Indonesia, or regionally, when you speak to other people from the ASEAN or the Asian region, and also internationally as well. So the yardstick, the criteria for pronunciation today is intelligibility, international comprehensibility, not whether your accent is Australian or British or American or anything. Michael, do you still speak American English? No, Korean English.
Canadian English.
Canadian English. Oh, you're from Canada, are you? I thought you're from the US. Yeah. Oh, okay. Or Canadian English, beautiful English, yeah. But you don't have to speak like that. And more importantly, for teachers, you need to be able to speak in a way that is highly comprehensible to your language learners. Very extremely important. Accent is secondary. What is important is how you can make your message easily understood by your students. Local students, or if you teach overseas, your international students as well. I teach overseas. I teach in Singapore. And my students come from Singapore, from Indonesia, from Japan, and from other places as well. Yeah. And what is important for me is whether and to what extent I can speak, I can teach in a way that is easily comprehensible for our students. Number two, another important point about pronunciation is whether or not the way we speak is professionally acceptable. Yeah. Professionally acceptable. Business people, for example, yeah, they can speak in English with noticeable mistakes, for example, not a big issue, because their main job is to communicate, to convince people to sell their goods to other people. Engineers the same way, they just need to have enough English to be able to communicate, their engineering products and things like that. For English teachers, I think we need a higher level of standard of English. Yeah, it has to be professionally acceptable. Now, we don't have the standard yet of what it means to be professionally acceptable, but I think we know when we see one. Let me just give an example. Ibu Eka, for example, Ibu Bilkis, for example, I think their English is professionally very, very acceptable. And you will see later when Bu Eka, is giving her presentation later. Last point that I want to share with you is this. Yeah, as I said earlier on, you don't have to speak like a native speaker for two reasons. Number one, it may not be desirable because you don't want to lose your identity. And identity is very much related to your cultural upbringing, to who you are. Yeah, to your own culture. And you don't want to lose your accent. If you are from Java, you can speak like other Javanese speakers. And number two, native speaker proficiency or native speaker accent is not achievable. So if you try, I think you'll just be wasting a lot of your time. Yeah, so this is something about pronunciation. Very important to remember. The key point is, number one, it has to be comprehensible. And number two, it has to be acceptable as well. Acceptable means it's defined in different ways by different professions. In English language teaching, I think we know what is considered an acceptable pronunciation. Point number two is grammar. Another important language skills, especially when it comes to English, yeah? English grammar is notoriously difficult. Ask Michael. I don't know why grammar, a lot of people want to learn English grammar, but there you go. English is now an international language, so we have no choice but to learn the grammar of the English language that we're learning and will be using. A few things for us to remember. Yeah. Point number one. Number one, teachers all over the world tend to overteach grammar. I think we teach too much grammar. I think we teach too much grammar in a way that it becomes impossible for the students actually to learn all these grammatical features that you've been teaching. And most of the time, these grammatical features are not particularly useful for communication. Let me say this very clearly. For daily, casual, everyday conversation, for example, you don't really need to learn a lot of the sophisticated, complex grammar of the English language. So I would suggest that we focus more on the most important, the most frequently used grammatical structures in the English language. Basic sentence structure, you have to learn that. Because in some other languages, if you're from Korea, for example, the sentence structure is completely different. It's not subject, verb, and object, it's reverse. Is that correct, Michael? I don't know Korean, but what I've seen is that the object usually comes first.
Everything's different.
Everything is different, yes.
Everything's different.
Yes. So in English, you say, I like Michael, right? But in Korean, in Bahasa Korea, it's Michael, I like. Is that something like that, Michael? Michael, yeah. I like. Something along that line.
the most important thing about that, to give you a little mini lesson on Korean grammar, is that the verb comes at the end.
So Michael, I like, right? Yes, Michael, I like, yeah. Again, going back to English grammar, I think we need to learn the tenses. But the most important tenses in the English language, the present, the past, the present perfect, for example. The past perfect, I think that can wait. That can wait very much later. I don't think we should worry too much about the past perfect. It's a very difficult tense to use. And also it's a very rarely used tense. The past perfect is used when you refer to the past of the past. And that concept is really difficult to understand. Yeah, and that comes very much later in the language learning process. Another example is conditional clauses. Like, if I had known Michael when I was a teenager, if I had known, I would have. That clause is very, very difficult to learn. Leave it alone. You can mention it briefly, but don't spend one whole hour teaching conditional clause like, if I had been in Korea, if I had visited Korea, and things like that. Yeah, so that can wait. I think there is a time when the students have reached a certain level of proficiency, they'll be able to do a lot of self-discovery learning. They can learn things on their own. So leave the more complex grammar alone. When you speak of grammar, I think we need to make a distinction between spoken grammar and written grammar. These are very different things. And very often in most classrooms that I've seen, the kind of grammar that we teach is the written version of grammar. Spoken grammar is rarely taught in the classroom. And I think we need to remember that grammar can be used or is used to reflect, the different moods of the speaker, whether you have a casual conversation, whether you have a formal conversation, the kind of grammar that you use is likely to be different. One thing to me is important to remember is this: if you want to help your students to speak more fluently, I think you need to give students a lot of listening exercises, especially the kind of listening exercises where there's a lot of dialogue, there's a lot of conversation going on in the listening materials. And that is how you can help your students develop their speaking ability. And if you want to help your students develop good written grammar, especially for writing purposes, then you might want to provide students with a kind of reading, a lot of reading that reflects how the grammar is used in written situation. So I can see that there's a link here between listening and speaking and reading and writing. And that is how we can help our students to learn a lot of the more implicit and useful grammar of the language. And finally, the last point that I want to mention is this: there are two types of grammar. explicit type of grammar that we usually teach in the classroom, and the more implicit type of grammar that is usually learned, acquired outside the classroom by the students themselves. I think we tend to pay too much attention on explicit grammar, forgetting that implicit grammar is probably more important where language use is concerned. Language use means using, actually speaking the language, speaking English for communication, either in orally or in writing. Yeah, let me share with you this beautiful quote that I've been sharing with a lot of people, a lot of teachers. Please remember this. What we teach in the classroom, the grammar that we teach in the classroom is not this one. And because of that, the grammar that we teach in the classroom may not be the most useful in helping our students to communicate, either in speaking or in writing. Let me read to you slowly. The ability to produce language relatively easily for communicative purposes draws heavily on implicit knowledge, not explicit knowledge. So Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, if you spend 1 whole hour, for example, explaining to your students the structure of a text, of a narrative text, for example, will that translate into students being able to produce that kind of text? The answer is probably not. Yeah, because that is explicit knowledge of the structure of a text, of the grammar of the text, not implicit. Yeah. Now, where do you get implicit knowledge? Where do you develop? Where do you accumulate? Where do you learn this implicit knowledge of the language? This is a big question for you, Ibu Bilkis. Where do you get that information from?
From comic
Implicit
books?
knowledge. Yes, from reading a lot of comic books, from reading a lot of novels, from listening to a lot of conversations in the English language, from watching movies and the like. And that is how you get to hear, you get to see the grammar of the language in action, in context. And after repeated encounters with this grammar will stay in your head. But you don't even know that you already have the grammar in your head, because this grammar is implicit, is intuitive. It's like in Bahasa Indonesia, or like in Javanese. When you speak Javanese, you have all this implicit grammar of Javanese and Indonesian in your head. And this implicit grammar is what enables you to communicate, to speak, to have a conversation with other people. Yeah, so please keep that in mind. I think this has a lot of implication for teaching. I think instead of doing a lot of explicit teaching of the grammar, explaining all the rules about the tenses, I think we need to focus more on the developing students' implicit or intuitive knowledge of the language. Next one is vocabulary. Words, words, words. Words are important. Words are more important than grammar. Yeah, research tells us very clearly that there is a very close relationship, positive, very, very positive association between vocabulary, the number of words that you know, and how well you know these words, and your ability to speak, to write, to read, and to understand the language. Research is very clear. Is grammar important? Yes, it is. Is vocabulary important? Yes. Vocabulary actually is more important than grammar, because grammar is sort of limited, finite, but vocabulary is infinite. Even now, we continue to improve on, to expand our vocabulary knowledge in our language and also in the English language. Bu Bilkis, how many words do you know?
I can count.
Okay, please say at least 8,000, because that's the number of words that English language teachers need to know. Yeah.
Right.
So what I'm saying here is that for students, they probably need about 2,000 words. 3,000 will be good for communication, for talking, for exchanging ideas with other people on a daily basis. That's more than enough. Yeah. And with this number of words, essentially you can express almost anything. The number of possibilities is unlimited, infinite. Infinite means you can say almost anything using 1,000 or 2,000 words of the most frequently used words in the English language. Yep. Size matters, but more important than size is the quality, how well you know these words. I'm going to give you an example later of, how the quality of your word knowledge can help you produce almost anything in speech, in writing, in the English language. For comprehension, for understanding, you probably need about 4,000 to 6,000 words. For your students, maybe 3,000 words. If they know a bit more, that's better. For general text, informational text, I think that's about 4,000 or so. For more complex text, 6,000 to 8,000 words. If you know more than that, that's better. Now, let me ask you this very important question. Between Michael and me, Michael is a good friend of mine, so I keep asking him a lot of questions. Do you think Michael know a lot more words than me? Or do you think I know more words than Michael? I think I know a lot more words because I know English, I know Japanese, I know Bahasa Indonesia, and I know a little bit of Chinese. So if you add all this number of words, I probably know about 30,000 words. That's a lot of words, yeah? Very important, ladies and gentlemen, is this. This is part of your vocabulary knowledge. One of the reasons our students are not able to use words that they learn in the classroom is that because these words are usually presented individually out of context. When we speak, actually, we use words in combination with other words. Now, these are known as fixed phrases, fixed expressions, or sometimes known as lexical bundles. They come together, these words travel together. And research tells us actually that when we speak, we don't usually use new grammatical structures. We don't use newly formed sentences. We tend to use the same sentences, the same phrases, the same grammatical structures. Yeah. Some people have estimated that our speech actually 50% or even more than our speech comes from or comprise these fixed expressions. Now, let me share with you a very important thing about what I said early on. Quality, how well you know the words is extremely important. All of you, I think, here know this novelist, Ernest Hemingway, and famous for his, award-winning literary works. Here is an example of The Old Man and the Sea. Do you know how many words he used to write this novel? Not many, actually. I mean, yes, there are a lot of words there, but these words come from the same word list, from the same 1,000 of the most frequently used words in the English language, more than 90%. I did a simple analysis. I copied and pasted one page randomly from the text, and then I used a computer program to analyze the words that he used in this novel. 90% of the words come from, more than 90% of the words come from the first 1,000 of the most frequently used words in the English language. That's really amazing, isn't it? Because you can express almost, a beautiful piece of novel using a very small number of words in the English language. Now, here is another great example. A dictionary. Now, this is a special dictionary for language learners, yeah? Now, a dictionary like this has more than 40,000 words in the entries. But the dictionary compilers will have to use a small number of words to provide explanations and examples. And usually they are given about 1,000 words or 1,500 words, no more than that. Now imagine if a student using this dictionary has to struggle with the very complex definitions of the words using very rarely used words in the English language. I think that students will have a big problem. Yeah. Now this is another example of the power of words, of knowing words. You have to know the words very, very well. Size is important, but deep knowledge of the words is probably more important, especially for our students. Now, here is a small task for us to think about. We don't have to do this. A small task to think about. Maybe tonight watch a popular, cartoon or Netflix drama or video movies on YouTube or whatever, and start listening very carefully and take notes of the most frequently occurring sentences or phrases. And surprise, surprise, you'll be able to see, you will take down a lot of words like this. Now, these words or these phrases keep appearing. Remember what I said earlier on, 50, 60% of conversations, comprise very commonly used phrases like this one. This one is on me. It was lovely to see you again. Thanks for coming. I'll be making a move then. I see what you mean. Let me think about it. Ibu Eka, next time I meet you in Jember or in Jakarta, and when we have dinner, you have to say, Pak Widi, dinner is on me. That means you'll be paying for the bill. Yeah. Here are some other examples. I don't believe a word of it. I don't get the point. You look great today. As I was saying, let me think about it. Okay, the point again is these phrases keep appearing. Yeah. Keep being used by speakers and all that. And these are the kind of things that the students need to learn. Can they learn about this in the classroom? A little, yes. But most of the time, now these expressions cannot be taught in the classroom. The students will have to see how these expressions are used in meaningful, interesting contexts, like a movie, yeah, a real conversation between two people. One thing to remember for us is this: proficient speakers, good speakers, competent speakers of the language have thousands of this at their disposal. At their disposal means it's there, it's ready for you to use. Very, very important point for language teachers to remember. How about the grammatical features that we teach explicitly in the classroom? Are they available for speakers and for writers at their disposal? The answer is no, they're not. Yeah, they're there in their head. It's very hard, very difficult to retrieve this for when they need to use this for speaking or for writing purposes. Here is another example of the importance of fixed expressions. Yeah, fixed expressions, formulaic lexical bundles that you get to see in writing, in academic writing, for example. Okay, your task again is read 10 research articles, or maybe 20, or maybe 50 research articles, and notice how the abstracts are written. And you'll be surprised that the abstracts are written pretty much in the same way. Kurang lebih sama kok gitu. They're not creatively written or anything. They're not written using unusual grammatical structures. They're written pretty much in the same way. Yeah. Now here are some examples of how abstracts are usually written. And this pattern is usually repeated, maybe with some changes in the topical vocabulary. In recent years, recent developments, the last 2 decades or the last 3 decades, in recent years, recently, very common. And then if you want to say that, well, my research is important because it has not been done before. Now, these are the common expressions that researchers usually use. Currently, there's limited data on the teaching of pronunciation in Indonesia. What is less clear is the nature. This is a way of saying that, hey, what I'm doing is important. This has not been done. This has not been researched carefully by other people. Yeah. So the key message for you again is these fixed expressions are extremely important where communication, written or spoken communication is concerned. You simply have to see this very often. You simply have to hear this very often, and slowly and gradually, these fixed expressions will stay in your head. Stay in your head means ready for use when you need them. Yeah. Okay. Now that's point number one. What is point number one again? Language skills. Language skills involve essentially pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. Number two is comprehension skills. Or sometimes, or today is probably referred to as viewing skill. Reading skills, comprehension skill, and viewing skills as well. Because most of the time, what we see today is digitally mediated text, which involves reading, which involves viewing, which often involves listening to music, to spoken language as well. There are 3 points that I want to share with you. And what I'll be sharing with you about comprehension skills are also applicable when later I talk about representing skills. Yep. Because these are flip sides of the same coin, like comprehension and production. Comprehension and viewing and representing. They are two sides of the same coin, actually. Yeah. So 3 points that I want to share with you. But increasingly, what our students do, what we do is to be reading and viewing from screen and not just doing print reading or print, decoding of information from printed materials. I think for us, language educators, it's very important for us to understand that increasingly students are reading from screen than reading from printed materials. The important question for us is this: are they the same thing or are they different? Are they the same or different? Which one is better for us to be teaching comprehension to our students? Do you have any preference?
The printed one?
The printed one? Yes. At least up to now, research tells us that for serious reading, let me say that very carefully, yeah, for serious reading, for deeper comprehension, print reading seems to be better. The reason is that when you read from print, there is less distraction. You can focus your attention more fully to what you're doing, to what you're reading. Yeah, screen reading can be a little bit tricky because of the many distractions. New messages coming in. And then the visuals can also be distracting as well. Yeah. But increasingly we'll need to teach our students how to focus their attention. We'll need to teach our students that reading, viewing is a purposeful activity. How you do it, whether you read with full attention, whether you read just by scanning and skimming the information from the text, written text or screen text, depends on your purpose. I think it's important for us to remember that purpose determines what you get from reading and viewing information from the text. Yeah, purpose. And students are not very good at setting their purpose. So it's our job as a teacher to remind our students that when you read, especially from digital text, you need to define, you need to be very clear about what you want to get out of the text that you are reading. Point number 2, I think today we are dealing with new literacies. In the old days, we use the word literacy in its singular form, literacy, but now we are using the word literacy in its plural forms, literacies, because there are many ways now of communicating, of presenting, of expressing our ideas in the world today. And I like in particular the idea behind transmedia literacy. This one is important for you, teachers, also for your students, because today we communicate, we interact with other people, we read, we write across a different range of platforms, tools, and media. Later, Michael will share with us, the importance of understanding how to use, what was it again, Michael? Infographics. Yeah, infographics is basically visual information where information is presented in a very compact form so that the students can see. And I'm sorry, I'm explaining what infographic is. Let's wait for Michael to explain that later. Yeah. As I said, transmedia literacy is the in thing now. Bapak Ibu sekalian, if you teach language, if you teach literacy, if you teach speaking, writing, and all that, you yourself should be a practitioner of different types of media. You need to know how to write a good email message. You need to know how to write a blog, how to understand a blog, written for the general public, how to interpret text messages, how to use PowerPoint slides, and how to make sense of video clips presented in different ways in different media as well. Yeah, an important message for you is this. If you say to your students that, hey kids, you need to be transmedia literate, then you have to do the same. You need to be literate as well. And I make it a point today, for the past few years, to learn how to present, how to communicate using a variety of media. I have a blog, for example. I have a YouTube video, for example, and that is how I learn to become more literate in the new world, in today's world. You have to do the same. You can't just keep saying that, no, I'm not good enough. I'm already 70 years old. I don't want to learn anything new. You can't. It's an important part of your job to continue to develop your literacies. An important point to remember is this. It doesn't matter whether you read from print or from the digitally mediated text. I think you need two things in order to get the most out of what you are reading or viewing. To comprehend a piece of text today, you need, number one, you need a lot of knowledge. And number two, you need to learn how to become more critical. Yeah. And how to develop knowledge, there's no other way but to read and read and read. You need to read widely in order to expand your knowledge base. The more you know, the easier for you to understand things. And the more you know, the easier for you to make use of your knowledge to detect, to identify information that is not accurate, information that is misleading. Another important point is this. We need to develop a questioning mindset. Try to be skeptical, but not cynical. Yeah, these are two different words. Skeptical is good, because today there's so much information that we have to process. And for young children, it's extremely important for them to keep asking questions. Is the information trustworthy? Is the information, or does the information come from reliable sources? Is there anything wrong with the information that is presented? Are there certain biases that the author is trying to get to you from the information presented in multimodal text, for example? Yeah, questioning mind. Next point that I want to share with you is representing skills. Now, this is like speaking, oral communication kind of thing. Yeah, but the word that people are using now is representing. You present your ideas using words, using verbal tools, and also non-verbal elements as well, images, pictures, and things like that. As I said, what I said earlier on about viewing skills, comprehension skills are equally important and applicable when we talk about representing skills. Yeah. When you present today, when you communicate today, chances are higher that you'll be using, digital text. You'll be using colors, you'll be using different font size, you'll be using different layout, and you'll be using language as well to communicate your ideas to other people. You may be representing your ideas in web pages, in YouTube materials, in Facebook, in Twitter, or in any other social medias. The key thing to remember is PACC, because PACC will always apply where communication is concerned. What is PACC? The first P, as I said earlier on, is purpose. What is the purpose of you communicating a piece of message to other people? The same way when you read, when you view information from the internet, what is your purpose? Number two, who is the audience? The way you speak to your colleagues will be different from the way you speak to a fruit seller in the market, for example. The audience is very important as well. And finally, the context, whether it is the classroom, outside the classroom, formal context, informal context, and finally, the culture as well. Whether you're speaking to somebody from the same culture or from a different culture, all this will determine the kind of tools, the kind of resources that you'll be using when you try to represent your ideas to other people. Very briefly, I think Michael will speak a bit more about this later. Let me give you an example of representing skills from two very well-known psychologists. Now, these are two probably of the most well-known psychologists in the world today. Well, of course, there are many other people that I don't know, but these two are, who I think are very, very important people. They have done a lot of great work. The first one is Carol Dweck, a psychologist from Harvard University, if I'm not mistaken, and she is very well known, for her work in the area of mindset, in particular growth mindset. And the other lady, the younger one, Angela Duckworth, the second generation Chinese American, also very well known for her work in the area of motivation. And her book, Grit, is one of the top bestsellers in the world today. Those two books are equally comprehensible. In other words, they are very good at representing their knowledge, their message to the public. Excellent books, easy to understand. The illustrations are very clear and all that. And I would recommend that you read these two books. But between the two, which one is the more capable presenter orally? Which one? If you don't know, the second one. And you have to watch her video, which appears on TED. Now her video, only about 5 or 6 minutes long, has generated 10 million views. Carol Dweck's video also generated a lot of views, like maybe 3 or 4 millions, but this girl, I think, is a better presenter. She is very good, she is very enthusiastic, and she is very, very clear in her presentation. Essentially, she summarizes the 10 years of research in a bite-sized form in TED. I would recommend that you read, that you watch this video. And the message is also very, very powerful. The message that she is trying to get to you is this: that success is possible for everyone, for you, for me, for your students, for the middle class, for the lower, class member of society, for everyone, basically. If and only if you have two things. Number one, you are passionate about what you do. And number two, you are willing to put in a lot of effort. So 2 P's. Number 1 is passion. Number 2 is perseverance. These are the rumus, the recipe for success. Beautiful, beautiful message delivered beautifully by this beautiful lady. She is a psychologist, a scientist. Representing skills. Here are 2 great examples. The first one is a poster created by people in the business world. The second one is a poster as well, created by somebody from the educational world. Please tell me which one is better. Come on, turn on your microphone and tell me. Wilkis, which one is better? Which one is...
directly see January clearance sale. So bright to the eyes.
Yes, I think you can see very clearly what it means by being able to develop a high level of competence in representing, in representation. The first one is very good. Look at the way the font size is used. And look at the information in small print. Yeah, small print, 70% off. Wow, that's a big deal, right? That attracts your attention immediately. But when you look at the small print very carefully, it says up to. Up to means not every single item in the store is 70% off, but that's beside the point, because the intention, the purpose of this poster is to get the attention of everyone, especially men or women.
Women, obviously.
The second one, there's too much information. I think this tells us that the person who created this poster has no idea how to represent, how to convey information to the public. Nobody is going to read this. Yeah. In my class, students have to do a class presentation based on their topic of interest, based on a research paper. Now, let me show you some of the slides that some of my students produce, yeah? And tell me whether the slides are good. Remember, this is part of representing skills. This is despite what I've told them, that when you present in the classroom, you have to make sure that your presentation slides are easy to read, easy to understand, that only important points are presented. And that's why it's called PowerPoints, not powerless points. Power means the most important piece of information. Yeah, are you ready? Let me show you. Yeah. One slide. Another slide. Another slide. Another slide. See what I mean? It's a skill that you will have to learn as a teacher. It is a skill that you have to teach your students. Otherwise, your students will be at a disadvantage. Doing a presentation like this is no good. It's not, the best way to present your information to other people. Very often, people use slides. It's to help them present. Let me say this again. Very often we put together slides so that we, the presenter, can present. You use it as your presentation notes. That's not a good idea. When you present, remember the purpose. What is the purpose of your presentation? And who is the audience? Can the audience follow, understand your presentation or not? And that's why when I give a presentation, I make it a point to make my presentation slides very simple, very easy, and comprise only important keywords on my slides. And because of that too, I spend hours and hours and hours putting together my presentation slides. For today's presentation, for example, I spent easily more than 10 hours. More, not less, yeah? More than 10 hours. Okay, finally, do you like the color? Do you like the words? Do you like the design of my slides? I hope you do, because it took me quite a while to put this together. Even one slide like this, took me a few minutes to put together. The last one is intercultural competence. I'm going to be very brief because this is a topic that was, discussed at length by David in the last webinar. There are 4 things here. You need knowledge of the culture. I think number 3 should be number 1. Knowledge of the culture. You need to have the right attitudes, and you need to have some skills. And you also need to make use of your communicative resources so that your communication is socially and culturally acceptable. Let me begin the first one, knowledge. Knowledge of the culture. Yeah, if you want to be communicating in a way that is culturally appropriate, when you speak to other people in your own country or with other people from other countries, then you need to have sufficient knowledge about the culture of that person. And culture usually is a way of defining your identity, a way of describing what is important for you, the values, your philosophy, your belief, and things like that. And usually your culture, your values, your identity is captured in popular sayings. I have an example here in Javanese. Ibu Mutiara, can you read this for me, the Javanese version?
I really like this one. Sugih tanpa bondo, menang tanpa ngasorake.
Yes, the first one is very difficult, but that is part of the philosophy of Javanese people. In the old days, I don't know about today. In the old days, it's sugih, you are rich, but not necessarily rich in the material sense of the word, but rich internally. Because what is important is for you to be feeling rich internally. You feel rich without having a big house, for example, without having a big car, but without having a lot of money. Money is secondary. Yeah, I think that was like 100 years ago. But today, money is so important. So in the same way, when you communicate with other people from other countries, you need to understand that people from other cultures have their own unique identities, personal identity, social identity, professional identity, and so on and so forth. Values as well. What is valued? Is it fame and fortune? Is it, hard work, for example, kindness? So we need to understand that in order for you to be able to communicate successfully with other people. And for this to happen, you need to learn to develop more positive attitudes towards communication. Yeah, you need to be open to understanding differences between our culture and other people's culture. And when that happens, you can begin to show respect for differences. And another important point is this curiosity. Never dismiss other people's culture because that culture is not very important, that culture is very bad, my culture is the most important. No, I think we need to be willing to be more curious, to learn other people's culture, and to be more open-minded that there are differences, but different cultures doesn't mean that other people's culture is not as good as ours. Yeah, so attitudes is very important.
Oh, but really, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There's still 5 more minutes left.
I'm almost done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, but how do you develop intercultural competence? I think you need a set of skills, and all these skills require that you become a great listeners. When you listen and observe, you can start analyzing, you can start seeing that, hey, things are different in other cultures. Hey, people communicate in different ways. Yeah. So listening, observing, and analyzing. Be quick to listen. This is what I've learned from listening to other people. Be quick to listen and be slow to speak and be slow to judge as well. Learn how to listen. Who is a better listener? Men or women? I think
Yeah.
men are very bad listeners. I asked my wife. I mean, I don't listen to her. And then finally, in today's communication, you need to make use of a number of communicative resources: verbal, visual, non-verbal language, body language as well. Be careful. For example, if you are in Java, the way that your body language is so important. Yeah, your eye, contact. You don't usually establish a lot of eye contact with an older person. This is happening in other cultures as well, like in Korea. When you speak to an older person, you have to look down a little bit. Yeah, your hand gestures. The level of language that you use will have to be different as well. I was born and bred and also grew up in Java. So if a young person speaking to me in Javanese and that person is using Bahasa Ngoko, I'll be very upset because Bahasa Ngoko is not the most appropriate level of Japanese to use with an older person. Yeah, so that will be an example. I've come to the end of my presentation. Just very brief implications of what we've been discussing today. 3 points. Number one, I think as a teacher, we need to learn to comprehend and also to produce multimodal text. No choice. We have to become good. We have to become excellent in this area. And armed with these new skills and knowledge, you will be in a better position to also teach your students to produce and comprehend multimodal text. Today, everything is multimodal: verbal, non-verbal, images, audio, videos, and things like that. Number two, again, it's our job as a language teacher to learn to communicate with a wider groups of English speakers from Japan, English speakers from Korea, from Singapore, and from many other places in the world. Yeah, and you should also do the same, helping your students to be able to communicate with a wider groups of speakers of English from different parts of the world. And today it's easier, actually. In the past, you have to travel to other countries, but today you can just use, technology to create a situation where your students can learn to communicate with people from other places. And finally, where communication is concerned, we need to learn to become more discerning. More discerning means lebih teliti, lebih hati-hati, more critical, and also empathetic. Empathetic means listening more, observing more, and showing empathy and kindness to other people when you communicate. In other words, slow to speak and slow to judge, but quick to listen and also to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, the key points again. This is my last slide, and I would like you to enjoy my last slide. The key points again is that communication skills are a very, very vital life skill. Was important yesterday, it's important today, and it will continue to be important in the future. And remember this, we can all continue to learn, to develop, to master communication skills. Until when? Until the day that we say goodbye to the world. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Back to you, Publicis.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. It's really a beautiful presentation as always. And all those points, 5 points that you made are very interesting as well. I really like the part of the intercultural competence, because mostly sometimes we are lacking in that. That causes pragmatic failures sometimes.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so we've got several questions for you from the audience. The first, it's actually during your presentation when you asked me how many vocabularies, how many words do you know? We've got a question from Pak Yudi Indra. How do we know easily the numbers of our vocabulary mastery?
Actually, it's very easy. There's a lot of online vocabulary size tests that you can take. One of the most famous one was developed by Paul Nation many years ago. So you can go to the website and take the test, and it will give you an estimate of how many words you know in the English language. And I've used the test with my students here in Singapore. And most of my students have a vocabulary size of about 10,000 words. It's Singapore, very different, yeah? In Singapore, English is used from day one, from kindergarten all the way to university level. So I'm not very surprised that they know about 10,000 words. Competent users of the English language, competent users of the English language know about 20,000 words, 15 to 20,000 words. Michael probably know a bit more than 20,000 words, you know, because he is a native speaker of English, native speaker of Canadian English. I need to be very careful that native speaker of Canadian English. He probably knows a bit more.
That's to be very specific, Canadian English, right?
Yes, I know roughly about 15,000 words English, yeah. But again, what is important, Bapak Ibu sekalian, is you do not need to know more than 10,000 words. I think for daily conversation, for, you know, most communicative purposes, I think you can just play with maybe about 2,000 words, 2,000. And these are 2,000 kata, words that are very commonly used in the English language, not difficult words, words that are often used in life, in conversation, in newspapers, in school books, and things like that. If you know these words very well, what happens is that you'll be able to create almost any kind of text. Yeah, assuming that you have sufficient knowledge, because communication requires that you also have sufficient knowledge of the topic that you will be communicating to other people. I would encourage you to read some of my academic papers, for example, and you'll be surprised that I usually use very easy, very simple sentences and very easy vocabulary as well. And I can express almost anything. Yeah. When I say that you know 2,000 words, if you can think of the possible combination of these 2,000 words, what you have is infinite, tidak terbatas, infinite number of expressions that you can use for different purposes, for different communicative situations as well. Yeah. So don't just focus on size, but I think you should focus perhaps more on how well you actually know these words for speaking, for, you know, having a casual chat with other people, for writing serious academic papers, for teaching in the classroom, for communicating with young children, with older people, and things like that. So simple is good. Simple is beautiful. And I like simplicity in life.
So, yeah, thank you very much. So it's coming back to the comprehension skills, representing skills and intercultural knowledge again, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we've got the other question from Bu Ika. Actually, you have answered this one, so I don't think you need to respond to this one. She is asking about she feels insecure because she only has simple vocabularies, but you have explained that. So
yeah,
we are going to move on to the next question from Maharani Kristanti. She is a master's student from Universitas Negeri Malang.
Yeah.
And she would like to ask you of how to effectively test students' vocabulary before and after being given a PBL treatment.
After what? After PBL?
Yeah, PBL treatment. And I think that will be all.
Okay.
From
yes.
her.
So, okay, how do you test? How do you measure students' vocabulary? That is a tricky question. If you just want to measure the number of words that they know, use the test that I mentioned earlier on. It's a receptive test. It's a multiple choice test, and it gives you rough information about how many words the students know. That is one type of test that you can use. The second type of test will be finding out whether and to what extent the students actually can use the words for speaking and for writing. So if I were to test my students' ability, vocabulary, knowledge, I would have a conversation. I would give them a task so that they can present their ideas using words that they have learned. And that is a much better way of finding out the extent to which the students know how to use those words for real communication, for real communicative purposes. So that will be my response to that question. Before the next question, if there is any, let me just give you an example of a very easy, very simple poem in the English language. You'll be surprised that the poem comprises only I, you, and because. I, you, and because. That's 3 words. Yeah, but whoever created this poem, I can't remember who created this poem, is just excellent. It goes like this. If I'm I because I'm I, and you are you because you are you, then I am and you are. But if I'm I because you are you, and you are you because I'm I, then I am not and you are not. See, there's I and you. Very easy, very simple, but the meaning, it will take you forever to figure out what the meaning of the poem is. I think it's beautiful. It's a beautiful point. Yeah, if I'm I because I'm I, and you are you because you are you, then I'm I and you are you. But if I'm I because you are you, and you are you because I'm I, then I'm not and you are not. It's a very deep philosophical, poem actually. And at the end of the poem, who am I actually, and who are you? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's a very beautiful poem. Very deep. All right. It seems that Mbak Maharani is raising hand, so you can ask a very simple question because we don't have much time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ibu, for giving me a chance.
Yeah.
Pak Willy, actually, when we do the second way, like giving them tasks and communicate to them to know their vocabulary, how do we refer the task we give? Because sometimes we should include the reference of the task, right? Just like the receptive one before. Thank you, Pak Willy.
Yeah, I think a simple task that I have used before in a testing situation, I used to travel to other countries to recruit potential students to study in Singapore. And the speaking task usually involves students reading a piece of information, and then giving them a few minutes to prepare, and then they come to the interview session, and then we have a discussion on the topic, on the reading that they've just done. And the conversation just flows, pretty much open-ended. We begin with a very simple question like, okay, what was the topic about? And what do you think about this? Will that apply to, situations in other countries? And as we go along the conversation, I think we can sort of assess the extent to which the person is able to use the language in meaningful ways. Yeah. Well, of course, there are pluses and minuses in that form of discussion, conversation. Students tend to use a limited number of words, so we can't really tell how many words the students know. But we know that the students are able to make use of the words to communicate their ideas clearly and maybe also accurately as well, and with some degree of complexity in terms of the use of language structures.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Willy. That's very insightful.
Thank you, Rani, Kristanti.
All right. Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful session. Actually, we still have one more question, but because we have to move on with the next presentation. So, Pak Willy, would you please give the answer through the chat box later?
Yes, I will.
Busri, I forget the name. Busri is asking about how to make students are confident in giving presentation. All right. So before we end the session, we would like to present you with this. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a token of appreciation for Dr. Willy Arinandia. Everyone, please give a round of applause for Pak Willy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Most welcome. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for all the insightful knowledge that we've got from you. Everything is really some of them is really new for me. And then okay, I have to think about this one and I have to tell it to my students and do it myself. Like the multimodalities and all those multiliteralcies that you explained before. Okay, once again, Pak Willy, thank you very much for being here. And I'm going to give it back to Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will send you my slides in the chat box.
Yes, thank you. It would be delightful if you did that. Thank you. Dimas?
Thank you, Miss Bilkis. Now for the second session of the presentation will be led by Mrs. Fitria. So Mrs. Fitria, the
Okay, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Mas Dimas ya. Okay. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, nama budaya, salam kebajikan, Om Swastiastu. Okay, a very good morning to you all. So, well, everybody is still here, yeah. Okay. Well, so first of all, I'd like to thank you all for attending our webinar today, and I believe that it's going to give us lots of insights and useful knowledge. Yeah. Okay, well, so allow me to introduce myself. So my name is Fitri. So I'm going to be the moderator for this session, and it is such a great honor and pleasure for me to introduce you to our next plenary speaker, Professor Michael Free. So good morning, Professor Free, Jakarta time. Okay, what time is it in? So you are now based in Korea, is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, how much time difference is it from I mean, Jember or Jakarta to Korea?
I'm just after 11 o'clock now, so I'm
Okay.
2 hours. 2 hours.
Oh, okay, 2 hours difference. Okay, not that much, isn't it? Okay. So, well, I'm going to introduce you to Professor Free. Okay, so Professor Michael Free holds an MA degree in teaching English as a second language and teaching English as a third language from the University of Birmingham, and then another MA in music criticism, okay, from McMaster University, and then Bachelor Music in Music Performance from the University of Western Ontario. And then in addition, he has obtained certificates in the LT, including teaching English to young learners from Mannheim University. Apologize if I pronounce it incorrectly. Is it Anaheim University, and the LT Management, TESOL International Association. So Michael, or Professor Free, has lived and worked in Korea for over 15 years and has taught in a broad range of contexts, including public school, all grades from kindergarten through year 2 high school, and then vocational, including training for Winter Olympic volunteers and staff, and most recently university level credit courses. And he is currently an invited professor at Gangwon National University, where his classes primarily happened in the liberal arts department, and the Department of English Language Literature, where he teaches advanced English composition, communication skill, and oral presentation and discussion. And then for this plenary session, Professor Free will bring you a current topic of the infographic, yeah, as Pak Willy has mentioned in the previous session. And then with Professor Free, we later explain to you all more about, and then as we may all know that, I think we know, yeah, that facilitating our students to understand the communication devices, such as the infographic, which Professor Free will talk about, is
recording in progress.
Important, yeah. And then he will start this session by rehearsing some of the
recording
reasons
stopped.
Why understanding those devices is a crucial part of the 21st century education. and then he will talk about what he has done in his class in the recent years. I think it's going to be really interesting. Yeah, with regard to infographics, he's going to have where he have had his students learn to read infographics, which involve both visual literacy and then critical thinking. And then he also has his student write the infographics, which involve deep understanding using appropriate web tools, and then using enhancing students' knowledge of English. Professor P will also present to you real examples of infographic, including those made by his students. Okay, so we cannot wait to see that as well as material created especially for the teaching and learning of infographics. Okay, so how do I call you, Michael or Professor Free?
Oh, anything is okay.
Anything is okay. Okay. Or in Indonesia, usually we call Pak and then or Mr. and then first name. Okay, this is a bit weird, but that's Indonesian culture.
Pak Michael is okay.
Pak Michael, yeah.
Pak Michael.
Okay. So Pak Michael, you will have about 45 minutes for this session. So maybe if you can talk about 30 or more minutes is okay, and then we'll use remaining minutes for Q&A, question and answer. Okay, well, so everybody, without any further ado, let's extend our warmest welcome to Professor Michael Free.
Well, good morning. I think it's time for me to say Selamat siang. Is that right? In Indonesia? Good morning.
That's not bad.
Selamat siang, betul.
Okay.
Jam 9.
Before I start, thank you so much for the invitation to Indonesia. I've never been. I want to go, so if you can get me there somehow, someday, that would be nice. I have had the pleasure of teaching a few Indonesian students, and I found them to be really, really excellent and bright and amazing. So I'm very, very happy to be here. What I'm going to talk to you about for about the next 30 or 35 minutes are infographics. And I think we all know what infographics are. Information and graphics kind of smushed together into a portmanteau, into one single word. Do you really need me to define them any more than that? I don't really think you do, because you probably know what they are, don't you? And I'm going to connect this to 21st century skills, 4 of them in particular. A lot of what I'm saying will echo things that Pak Willy has already brought up, and probably the following speakers will also talk about. As Pak Willy mentioned, it's really kind of complicated. We have these ideas floating out about these different skills and multimodality and digital literacies, not literacy anymore. So it's a little bit complicated. Don't be stressed. Don't worry. I'll go slow. And I think we're being recorded so you can go back and look at it again. I've also shared my slides with you. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask them, and I will do the best I can with them, which is usually pretty good. Although I don't know that I'm quite at the level of Pak Willy, because he's just so awesome. And I'm also going to try to make some specific connections to spoken communication, because that's really the key theme of today. To get us rolling, let's just look at this quote here from Susana Galante. It's taken from this wonderful book, English for 21st Century Skills. If you don't have it in your library, ask your library to get it. It's a collection of essays edited by Daniel Cherry and Sofia Mavridi. And if you're thinking about ELT and the 21st century and 21st century skills, it's really essential reading for you. I'll give you a couple of seconds to read that quotation. Now this is one quotation that's taken from the introduction to this book. And it tells us, you know, we are connected in this world whether we like it or not. So that has to be kind of our broad starting point. We can't disconnect ourselves from the rest of the world. Another quotation that I quite liked was by this wonderful speaker and lecturer in digital literacies, Sofia Mavridi, and she tells us, as our worlds intersect into one multimodal word, and Pak Willie explained what that means to you, students need new functional, sociocultural, and transformational literacies. Again, we see that plurality to live, learn, and communicate. So it's very complicated. It's a complicated world for our students, and it's a complicated world for us as teachers. Why do I want to talk about infographics? Why study them? Why is this important for our students? Well, this is pretty easy. They are everywhere. Everywhere you look, you see infographics. Mostly online, but not exclusively. You will see infographic type posters now. We used to call them posters back in the days when Pak Willie and I were studying, because we didn't have infographics and we didn't have the internet or cell phones. Oh, I feel very old now. But nowadays, these infographics are everywhere. Being able to understand them and especially be able to read them is an absolutely essential part of our digital literacies. Absolutely essential. Because they're everywhere, it's really important that our students know how to understand them. Why do I love using them? Well, because I love using anything that makes my students do the work instead of me. But to be less playful about it, you see these global skills, what are also called 21st century skills, or other people call them the 4 C's. And Pak Willie, again, I'm going to try to not constantly refer to what he said, but there was so much good stuff in there, it's hard not to. We can think about these 4 C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And I'm going to connect what I've done in my classes with the specific tasks that I give my students to these 4 things, so that we can kind of tease out where these global skills, these 21st century skills, how we can develop them, where they are, and why they're important. Why else do I love them? They're really quite engaging. I was watching your faces light up when Pak Willie showed you those 2 different infographics, the one that was very engaging and really grabbed your attention through color and font, and the other one that he thought was maybe not so great. It was kind of boring, but depending on who's reading it and depending on who's looking at it, it could work. It depends on your audience. But in general, these things engage the students, and they're really, really relevant to their students' real lives. They go out into the world. I send them out into the world or online, virtual or real, and I say, you know, go find me an infographic. Find me an infographic that you like. Find me an infographic that you think is horrible. Show and tell me why. Tell me why it's good or why it's bad. So I'm going to talk about reading lessons first and then writing lessons after. And I've put reading, both reading and writing, in quotations there for the reasons that Pak Willie mentioned, which is, is it reading? Well, it kind of is, but it's not like reading a poem in a book. It's not quite like reading something else that you would see online that's very simple, like an advertisement. It's something a little bit different, and it involves at least a few skills that go together to be multimodal, although it's not quite as multimodal as watching a video or watching a film and trying to sort through that, because that can get very complicated. Although I love doing that as well. That's a different class though. So what do I do with my students? I'm not going to tell you specifically the whole project that I give them, but I'll just give you the general gist, the general things that we do. When we learn how to read infographics, I use a lot of small group discussion and whole class discussion. My classes tend to be between 20 and 30 people, so it's manageable to have a whole class discussion, but I usually start with small groups. Sometimes these small groups are made up according to people's culture or country. So I would have my Indonesian students in one group, or my Malaysian students in one group, and then a few different groups of Korean students, because I tend to have more Korean students. And then sometimes I would mix them up. So if you have a mixed class, that's a pretty interesting strategy, because when the monocultural group discusses something, then you can get them to switch and then explain themselves to an intercultural group. And that's there are some very, very interesting results from that, and some very productive discussions that you can have. After we do some small group discussions, we come into the whole class and we begin to really dig into what infographics are and what elements make them up. And I make the students come up with definitions. I mean, of course, we say it's information and graphic put together like that. Yeah, that's okay, but can you tell me more? They make up their own definitions, and they also have to describe the various elements that they see. So here we're using English for them to communicate with me, because especially in my intercultural classes, English is our lingua franca. It's the only language that is common between everybody that's in the room, not just me and my students. I mean, I could talk about infographics in Korean if I really needed to, but that doesn't help people who don't speak Korean. So what do we talk about? We talk about things such as, oh no, there's a spelling mistake. Why is there always a spelling mistake? I'm so sorry. It's okay, Michael. Don't worry about it. We talk about things such as the visual structure of infographics, so how they're laid out. We talk about the endless page, and this is something that I, as an older person, and probably Pak Willie as well as perhaps some of the rest of you, we're used to seeing posters on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. That's the size. We don't need to be bounded by that anymore. We can have, and you will see some examples momentarily, of infographics that are much longer, and we have to be able to actually use the technology to zoom into different parts of it so that we can read it. So we talk about the endless page. We talk about the use of color, and again we think of that 70% off. Oh, it's so exciting. Especially apparently if you're a woman, you like the idea of discounts. I know my wife does, but I don't know if it's always true. We look at bad examples, and this is so much fun to look at the famous failures of infographics. And it's not to make fun or mock people, you know, who did a bad job, who were inexperienced. It's about seeing what works and what doesn't, and beginning to consider how these elements work together. Once we get used to things and they're familiar with the general idea of an infographic, we talk about how they use their language, how you use English. Are you at a level where what you want is just simple prose? You just want to be concise. You don't need an essay. It's not an academic essay. It's a very different thing. as Pak really said, we need to understand who we're talking to and also how we are talking to them. And at upper levels, you know, you might be thinking, oh, well, my students know how to write a paragraph. This is too easy for them. But you can get into a discussion of picking the correct word, the precise word. What we say en français, c'est le mot juste. The perfect word is how we translate that into English. Sorry, Pak Willie, I had to throw in some French there so that you know I have another language too. And, you know, we begin to talk about multimodality, and we talk about evaluating sources. Now, this is a lot here. So why don't we look at some examples? What I have to do. New share, there we are. So you could go, and what you can do is just Google bad infographics and you'll come up with a whole bunch of examples. But this particular page I like, and I've shared the link in the chat with you, goes through what makes these things bad. Let's take a look. What am I doing? We start with things like, can you count? Apparently some people can't. 69 plus 73 plus 46 adds up to 188%. Dang, math fail. Ha ha ha, we have a little giggle. Choosing the wrong type of chart, the visual layout, the visual narrative that you're using, you need to seriously consider that. Why would you use this particular type of data visualization? So we have to go through the different ways of organizing things, and the students have to tell me which is good, which is bad, which do they like, which don't they like. And they can go over, and the students, I mean, especially my Indonesian students, they know all this stuff. I'm not a math teacher, but I know what these charts are. Too much information. I mean, look at that. It's a mess. And as Pak Willie said, you want to keep things simple. You want to keep them, as I tell my students, you want to keep them as simple as you can. And there's more things here. You can look here where the scales don't match and they're boring. You've got the axes in the wrong place and you make people read. You get the idea here. You can go through and click on the link and have a look at those. But I like to start with bad infographics. And from bad infographics, I go on to use some professionally prepared infographics. So I'll give you the information on the person, Nick Peachy, who created these, and I use these in my classes, and I use them because not only are they beautiful to look at and awesome, and they save me so much time, but he also does things like he puts bad information in them. So he makes the students have to go in and they look at something as fascinating about 50 insane facts about hair. I mean, this is a big problem for me because I'm losing mine. But people generally find this quite interesting. We talk about how it's organized. We talk about the use of the word insane. Is that, I mean, should we really be using that word? And why did the person pick that word? And I think they're trying to connect with a younger audience by using that word insane. Would you say 50 crazy facts about hair? in the chat earlier on, I wrote in as a comment that English is crazy. Is that too colloquial? Did I miss that? I don't know. I don't think so. But here he also puts in WTF facts. And WTF, if you don't know, I'm not going to explain it to you because it involves a rather rude word in English. It should be what the heck, WTH facts. But we discussed this. Do you know what it means? Would you use it when you're talking to Pak Willie? Would you use it when you're talking to me? Would you use it when you're talking to your mom or your dad? And the answer is no. No way, forget it. And you can see the endless page, the organization, and I give these to my students and I let them go. One thing that we get to at the end here, they have to zoom in a lot, and my zooming isn't going to help you here, but some of these sources are real, verifiable sources. They're good sources. And some of them are not. And we talk about blogs versus news outlets versus academic papers. So if you ask a junior teacher their opinion on vocabulary size, you would get an answer that's not so bad. If you get somebody opining about how they develop their vocabulary for IELTS, not sure that would work. If you're reading an academic essay by Paul Nation or, I don't know, Willie Renandia, that's much more authoritative, and we talk about those things and discuss, and their knowledge deepens due to what we learn there. So to connect this to our reading lessons, you see here communication. You've got small group and whole class discussion about various elements. You've got collaboration happening. Small groups find good and bad examples. You've got critical thinking, finding the fake news, checking sources. These are things that they have to know what to do in order to not be tricked in the world. And in terms of creativity, you know, I asked them, how would you adapt it? How would you improve it? What would you do? And also here we can connect this to intercultural concerns where we talk about things like color. What does red mean to you in Indonesia? I have no idea. Red in English, where I'm from, it can mean love or passion, but then again, I like horror films, so it can mean blood or death. If you read other things that, you know, and in different cultures, colors mean different things.
Yeah, red can be offensive in Indonesia. Yeah, if you're writing with bright ink, so that can be unacceptable.
Right, and there's a thing in Korea where you don't write a person's name in red.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because that traditionally is the color that you would use when you were writing into their funeral record.
Wow.
So the person is dead. It's it's a bit of a traditional thing, but it still does come up. So I'm sorry, I feel like I'm having to rush a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Want to shift now to writing. Now I start with reading first, and that goes back to it being a more receptive skill overall, more so than writing. For writing lessons, again, I get students to work in teams of 4. My Indonesian students love this because they're very used to teamwork. My Korean students kind of hate it because they just want to get things finished. And there's usually one person who's the boss, and then there's one person who does all the work. So I have to try to make sure they don't do that. The topic of their infographic, it can be anything they want. It can be inquiry, so they describe how some machine works via an infographic. They can be sharing something about their culture. That's very, very common. They like to do that. They compare 2 things, so one thing that they know and one thing that's new. What else do they have to do? This is a bit of an aside from our particular focus, but they have to use web apps to create the infographic. Now, if you're not tech savvy, you might be worried by this. Don't be worried by it, because they know how to do it, and the web pages that do this are very, very easy to use, and I'll give you a couple of those. They're in the slides. They also document the process, and they go through and they do some sharing and peer review. And let me just be a proud parent, a proud teacher, and show you some of the stuff that my students did in the last semester. So you can see here, and let me just zoom in, I've got all my different groups. And one group talked about Korean superstitions. You can see their organization is quite simple. That's okay. Their graphics are kind of minimal. That's all right. And you can see it's longer than the general 8.5 by 11 page, and they've got their sources down on the bottom. Here we've got some comparisons going on. You can see I really like the organization here, even though it's a little bit busy. There's a lot going on, but you can see they've got the different icons of the world here, and then they've got one block for each country. It's really nicely done. They didn't put their sources on here. And I had a little chat about them with that. Different gestures in different cultures. Let me just, maybe that's better here. And here you can see the organization is quite clear. It's quite clean. I like it. I like their use of flags, and they put them on a little map of the world. And they've got positive gestures and then offensive gestures. Aren't they awesome? It's really good. I'm really quite proud of them here. Uh-oh. I don't know if I should do this one or not. Dating and marriage culture between Indonesia and South Korea. And you can see down there, they've got all their comments and sharing and feedback. And that's what my students' work ends up looking like. And overall, I'm pretty happy with it, pretty proud of it. Let's go back here. So here you can see in these writing lessons, again, these 4 C's coming here. And you have a couple of different things here. For communication, when they're writing this, when they have to put this together, we have ELF, English as a lingua franca. They have to talk to each other in English. They go from simple text to very precise, concise text. So it's maybe not as easy as you might think. Again, we have collaboration. They work in small teams. Critical thinking really comes into this, probably more so than any other element. They have to consider their audience. Are they talking to other Korean people and their Korean students? Are they Indonesian students who are introducing Indonesian culture to other cultures? How does this affect their organization? How does it affect their use of color? They also have to think about their content. In order to prepare a very good infographic, you actually have to collect a considerable amount of information. You have to read that information. You have to decide what is important and what isn't, and what do you want to share and what do you not want to share. And then at the very bottom, even though critical thinking is probably the most important, this idea of creativity, which is a big buzzword in ELT these days, they get to play. They get to play with these tech tools, and they get to play with the language a lot. And we talk about, which which word should you use, and which word is better, and which word is more formal. And my students, they actually forget that they're learning English, which is why task-based learning and project-based learning and problem-based learning are all such effective things that you can do in your English language classroom. Because the students, it sometimes takes a while, but they forget, and they get to be creative, and they get to play with stuff. And I don't know about your students, but my students love to do that. It's really, really great. Since we're focused on spoken communication, there's a couple of comments that I'd like to make when I was thinking about the particular focus of today. And the first is this idea of English as a lingua franca plus task-based language teaching or problem or project-based learning. The students need to use English to complete the task or project. This is especially essential for my Korean students because they've gone through years and years and years of English lessons where they didn't need to do anything except pass a written test. They had to memorize some stuff, they had to regurgitate the stuff, and then they promptly forgot the stuff. And it was not connected to anything that they would ever need to do except the college scholastic aptitude test, which I simply don't have time to complain about. The students keep track of the English that they need as they go along. There's no textbook in here. They have to figure out what do I need to be able to say, and then figure out how to do it, and they keep track of that. Now, one thing that you can do if you have access to Google in Indonesia is you can have not only the groups keeping track of the English language that they've learned or need, you can have one document that has the entire class's notes, and you can share that with them and they can study that. And it goes back to something that Pak Willie was saying before. You know, this connects them. This is the English that they need. It's not a vocabulary list out of another textbook. So they need to consider also the local and the more meta here, not meta in the sense of Facebook. You know, what do they need to create their infographic? They need that English, but they also need the English that they need to collaborate, and it's more meta because they're going to have to collaborate when they go on and do their next courses. When they go into the workforce, they're going to have to collaborate. So they need this. And then the second thing is, again, it goes back to something that Pak Willie said, but he gets more time than I do. So yay for him. He mentioned doing oral presentations, and he mentioned that students need to know how to do this using PowerPoint and how to design PowerPoint slides. You can also use the infographic. If they do oral presentations, what they can do, which is slightly different than using PowerPoint slides, is they simply have the link, or they have their image, and they zoom in to different parts of the infographic, and they can use that as presentation support in the same way that we use note cards or PowerPoint or our cell phones or things like that. And there's different ways that they can do that. I do that in a number of different ways, but what I would really say is the most important thing I've found is that you as the teachers can then scaffold this. You can help your students be at their level and then push them a little bit. You know, that ZPD, the zone of proximal development, you can push them a little bit and help them get from the level that they're at to a little bit of a higher level. All right, so I'm at my 30 minutes, but that's fine. Quickly before I end, here are some resources for creating infographics. If you're old school and if your internet runs out, you can always use paper and pencils to do this and just have them, and it sort of becomes art class, but you keep them focused on the ideas, and that's okay. You've got canva.com, which is awesome, super easy to use and amazing, and also visme.co. Either of these are good. They're both freemium products. I don't know if you know that word or if it's floating around Indonesia or not, but it's a combination of free and premium. I see some people nodding. Basically, you get basic functionality for free, and then if you want to make your things look super awesome, you have to pay. If you're doing one project for a class, you don't need to have them do that. It's not really necessary. If you use Canva all the time, it's pretty affordable. I don't know if they have any educational discounts on right now. Maybe they come up. Now, if you're worried about them not being able to use these tools, don't. I was worried the first time I did it, really worried. And I said, oh, if you have problems, please talk to me. And they looked at me and they're like, dude, Pak Michael, we know, it's no problem. Don't worry, we're fine. So don't be stressed about that. If you are a person who is pressed for time, which we all are, to create materials, and especially for things like a fully developed infographic that has full stuff in it, Nick Peachy, it has some awesome resources. I'm not Nick Peachy in disguise. I don't make any money off of this, so don't think that I'm getting a percentage. His material is very affordable, and I've used it. You can use it over and over again because your results are always different. He has a few things specifically developed that use infographics. Exploiting infographics, I think, is something like 4,001 or $4. And he has 2 sets of lessons in digital literacy. All of these lessons, they involve infographics. So the infographic is embedded in lessons in digital literacy. Maybe he should rename them digital literacies to get in line with what we've learned today. I don't know. You can find him at Peachy Publications. Yeah, he's quite awesome. So that is my time. Thank you so much. If you have questions, I would be happy to answer them. And if you have questions later, you can always email me at m.free@kangwon.ac.kr. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Michael, for the very interesting topic to bring out. This is about infographics, okay, and it's really interesting how we can use infographic for all skills and also for the to facilitate students 21st century skills as well. Okay, and we have questions in the chat box. Okay, the first question is from Pak Willem. He says, this is a great presentation, Mr. Michael. I want to ask a question about writing. And the question is, what is the best way that we can do to avoid using the wrong vocabulary choice in writing, since writing is a one-way communication? Okay. Please help with that.
Okay. What a great question. Thank you. Writing is a one-way communication. Yep. You're right. But the process of writing something, the process of creating it, the process of representing it, as Pak Willie might put it, is not one way. It's not even is it just two way. it's multi-way. Again, that multi from multimodality. It's everywhere, isn't it? You know, here what you do is, if my students are in small teams, they ask each other. So one Korean student might ask another Korean student, hey, how do you say this in English? That's one level. And then another level is, what I try to teach them is to love their dictionary and their thesaurus, which far too many of my students have never heard of, which is depressing. Go into your thesaurus, look for different words that are synonyms, then take that synonym that you like, check it in the dictionary, and see if you can find a more precise word or a word that is more appropriate to your idea. It's about getting your idea precisely. And this is, again, that French phrase, le mot juste, the perfect word. Because words, they don't mean the same thing. You also have to tell them to be careful, because sometimes synonyms don't transfer from one context to another, and you can have accidents, and you don't want those. And then, of course, they also have the teacher, you know, yourselves or myself, as a resource for that. So whereas the product of writing is a one-way communication, the process of writing is not. The process of writing has you talking to your students, has your students talking to each other, and probably has your students talking to themselves every once in a while. So product is one way, but the process is very multi-way.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Michael, is there anything else? Okay.
I think Supia has a question.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, the question is the best way to evaluate students' writing.
I both love and hate this question. I don't like to evaluate it. So sometimes I don't evaluate it. What I mean here is I sometimes practice what's called ungrading. You may have heard of that or not. In Korea, it's causing a lot of problems because we love grades. We love numerical scores.
Yeah.
We love having a 95.87. It's, yeah. So in some respects, I don't evaluate their writing. So for instance, for these projects that they have, the writing portion of their grade is not that significant. They have to go through the steps, they have to complete all the steps. And then when I do come to having to do that percentage of evaluating their writing, I evaluate it in terms of how much they've improved. I keep track of how much they've done, of how much they seem to have improved at the end. And then, yes, when I'm separating the very top level students, so if I have to rank order things, which I have to do sometimes because my school tells me I have to, I'll use the better choice in my subjective evaluation, subjective if knowledgeable evaluation, and so I can make a very fine-grained distinction, but it will depend on what specifically I'm going to do. But in general, I base my numerical grades for the technical aspect of their writing performance on improvement. In the course that I'm thinking of that I just talked about, where we're talking about making infographics, in my academic writing course, that's different. That's where they get into using Quizlet to develop their academic vocabulary, where we connect what they know to their textbook that they use. It's a little bit more formal in there. So it depends a little bit on your context as well. But I hope that gave you at least a little bit of an answer.
I like what Michael says about ungrading. I think that is a new way, not very new, but I think it's a very nice way of helping, supporting your students until they have reached, until they have demonstrated some improvement, and then you provide the grading at the end. So ungrading doesn't mean that you don't grade your students. You do. You provide very detailed and very good comments, constructive comments on students' work, on students' papers, but you don't provide grade immediately, but you provide the final grade towards the end, after you have seen your students' portfolios over time. And if you see a lot of improvement in your students' writing from week 1 to week 6 to week 12 and things like that, and you provide the final grade at the end. I think that is a very exciting idea for us to think about, because usually when we provide comments and grade at the same time, the students don't do anything.
Yeah,
At your grade,
ignore the comments. Yeah, probably
exactly. Yes.
Zoom into the
Yes.
grade.
They look at the comment and then they just throw away the papers. They don't do anything else. So essentially, we are wasting our time in that way, because the students are not looking at your comments very carefully. The grade has been given, and that's it. If you don't provide the grades, then chances are higher that the students will relook at their writing. The students will try very hard to improve on their writing. And that's how they learn, and that's how they improve. I think Michael is way ahead of his time, or way ahead of our time. I mean, doing ungrading. So ungrading is not ungrading. It's delaying the grades until the students have shown improvement. I think that is a very, very good and excellent way of supporting, I think, students' writing. Am I misinterpreting you, Michael?
No, you're there.
Right.
I think the only thing I would say is that some people, when they do ungrading, this isn't me because I can't do it that way. Some people never ever give a grade, a letter grade at all. I gave the link to an excellent article that's been floating around about a writing teacher who stopped grading and what happened when he started grading. It's really, really an excellent read. What I do is a little bit, it's kind of like a soft version, I guess,
right?
Where I have to give them a numerical grade eventually,
yes,
and they have to know what it is. But the actual, I mean, a technical answer of what's correct and how did I come up with this grade, I try to get out of giving numerical grades as much as I can. So I give my students open book exams. We were online, and my writing class, I said, you're going to have open book exams. And they were like, what? What, you mean we can look at the book? I said, yeah, of course you can look at the book. Because when you're thinking about academic writing, which is, I mean, it's a little bit different from what I've been talking about, but I think you understand what I mean.
Yes.
It's much more technical. As Pak Willie said, it's quite formulaic in a way. There are certain structures that are used. There are certain verbs that you would use. There are all these little things that people need to learn about.
Yeah.
My approach to that is, yes, to give them a textbook, but then instead of getting them to memorize and regurgitate these facts, is to know how to use their textbook to find information. So I use the Longman Pearson writing series. I think I'm in level 3. So they have to know how to use appendices. They have to know how to find technical definitions. They have to know how to find the words and the structures that they need to use.
Recording in progress.
And they need to have that at their disposal. So I tell them, don't throw the book away.
Recording stopped.
Know how to use it and keep it and love it, because it will help you.
Yeah.
I remember who circulated that essay that you are referring to.
I think it came to me from a lot of different places, actually, but yeah, it was probably you.
It's probably me, if I recall correctly. I will share the article. It's a very good article for us to look at.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Willie. Okay, yeah, I think that's really interesting, and this is probably new to some of us about the ungrading students' work. Yeah, because sometimes I do not grade my students' work, and they keep asking me, and probably they are going to stop submitting their work if we don't provide grades. So we have got to make them understand that this is the way for us to support their progress, and then to provide a safe zone for them to develop. Okay, like to like you say, to scaffold them, and then to get out of like to expand their ZPD. It's like that. Okay, well, that's really interesting. Is there any other question from the audience, or no more questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Michael. Okay, that's really great, and we have learned a lot from this presentation, and hopefully Bapak Ibu, okay, so you can take this to your class. Yeah, so please remember, because not every student work that we have got to provide numerical grades or alphabetical grades. So comments and feedback are more important to help them actually improve their proficiency. Okay, well, so before we end our session, I would like to present. Wait a second. Okay. We would like to present this certificate. So can you see my screen yet? Not yet. Still working.
She ran away.
There is probably the internet connection. Something happens with Bu Fitri's connection. So Dimas, can you share the token appreciation for Michael?
Yes, ma'am. Please wait for a while.
A certificate in the form of infographic is being prepared for Michael.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Probably my Zoom has stopped working on my laptop. Okay. Well, thank you, Pak Willy. Probably, Bu Eka, could you help share the certificate, please?
Dimas has the certificate. Dimas, can you share the token of appreciation for Michael?
I'm really sorry about my Zoom. Okay.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Thank you.
This type of thing happens all the time to all of us who organize.
Technical glitches. Okay, sorry, because I'm currently staying near the airport. So whenever there is an airplane flying over our place, so it is going to disrupt our connection.
That's okay. You can send it to me later. That's fine. Please don't worry.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much, Pak Michael, for the very and very inspirational talk today. So for sure, it's okay. So it's really useful for the teachers, and they have got like new insights what to do with students writing and other things, and the use of infographic. Oh yeah, we can see the certificates already on display. They would like to present to you this certificate of appreciation as a token of appreciation from our university. Once again, thank you very much. So hopefully one day we can invite you in person to Jember. Okay, so you haven't been to Indonesia, yeah? So hopefully Jember is going to be the first city in Indonesia that you're going to visit in the future. So once again, thank you very much, and thank you, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And by that, I'm going to end this session with lots of thank you for everybody. Okay, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well done, Michael Free. Nice job.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's excellent.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Fitria. So let's move on to the next presentation. Ms. Kalisa will be the moderator in the next session. So Kalisa, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank Dimas for the time and opportunity that has been given. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the Fostering School Communication and 21st Century Education through Technology International webinar. So, who are you all? Hope all of you is fine, and I hope you are still enthusiastic about receiving material from our third outstanding speaker. Well, my name is Kalisa Deliana. As a moderator of today's webinar, I'm very happy to see you here, and I will lead you for this session. Of course, an amazing material will be delivered by an extraordinary speaker and inspire us all. For that speaker, we have Ma'am Eka Wahjunisi as PDMD, as a lecturer in English department at Jember University, Science 95%. She has an education experience in Jember University as a Bachelor of Education in English Education from 89 till 95. And she has an education experience too in Malang State University from 2006 till 2011 as a Master of Education in English Education. All right, let's say hello for the third speaker of our webinar today. Hello, Memeka.
Hi, Kalisa. Glad to see you here.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine. Okay, let me
Well,
share my screen.
Okay. Well, Memeka, you have 45 minutes for the presentation, including Q&A session. And for the participant, if you have questions, feel free to write in the chat box, or participant can use the raise hand feature in the Zoom. Then on mic to submit your question after being invited by the moderator. Okay, for Memeka, time and place is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kalisa. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu. And today, as what we learned from Pak Willy, one of the components of communication is listening. So I am going to talk about listening, and it is going to deal with the online tools that I ever had in teaching listening in my university. And that is today's agenda, that we are going to talk about something that we can do in doing the brainstorming, and the second one is going to be about some different tools that we can have, that we can utilize in checking the students' comprehending. Yep. And then yeah. The next one is about some tools that we are going to explore today. The first one is Answer Garden. Perhaps some of you who were there in my webinar, in one of our webinars, then you have known about the Answer Garden. And the second one is WordWall. The third one is JupQuizard. The next one is Yoglist. And finally, I'm going to talk about lyrics training. Now, some things that we can do in doing brainstorming. So first of all, when before asking the students to join our to join our session, then we like asking some students the questions, and that is considered to be the brainstorming. Then the first thing, the first tool, the first platform that we can have to do the brainstorming is Answer Garden. And this is something that is very easy to do because it is not necessary for you to have the account. You just go to answergarden.ch. Then after that, you can create, as you can see here, there is a plus sign. Then you can create your Answer Garden. And this is the example of the Answer Garden, something that you are going to have in answergarden.ch. So you are going to click the plus sign. Then here you are going to be able to write down something that that you want your students to answer or to express. So here as the topic, you can write down the questions. Then you can fill in the other features here. Then finally, you are going to be there. It is something that the students see. So when the question in this case, in the left side, I asked the students about what they know about TEL, and this is one of the subjects that I teach in my university. Then before coming into the discussion, then I asked the students to tell me about something that they know about TEL, and that is the result. And as something that you can see in the right side, that is something that I did with the students of economics. Before coming into the discussion, then I asked them to write down 2 words about business that they know. And this is the result, the expression, the ideas that the students wrote down at that time. Now, that is one of the things that we can do in doing the brainstorming, although actually there are still so many platforms that we can do to do the brainstorming. After coming into the brainstorming, then we gave, especially in my listening class, then we gave the text, the audio to the students. Then after that, of course, we are going to check the students' comprehension, how far they know about the content of the audio. And there are some platforms that we can do in listening to check the students' comprehension. The first one is WordWall, and that is the symbol of WordWall, and it is an online platform to create some interactive activities, and it has so many templates so that you can choose the template, different templates, although you have the same items. So you just create the items, write down the items on a piece of Word, on a piece of paper, then you can type them into the one of the features, one of the templates in WordWall. Then if you want to have different features, then you just click the other features, then you are going to have different things. And these are some benefits of having WordWall. The teachers, especially teachers, they are going to have shorter time to design the activities. And because of the different templates, as I told you just now, then we can have different features, although we have exactly the same items. And here we go, here how WordWall looks like. So you go to WordWall, then this is the first thing that you are going to have. And these are the templates that I told you just now. Those templates, the templates that we can find in WordWall. Still, these are some other templates that we can find in WordWall. And how to create how to create something by utilizing WordWall. The first thing, as I told you just now, you should have the questions before your eyes. Then you can choose one of the templates. In In this case, I choose quiz as the template, and then you write down the title, then write down the questions here. So as I told you just now, you have the questions, then you can type the questions in one of the features in WordWall along with the correct answer. So example question number 1, where does the story happen? And the correct answer is on a quiet Sunday afternoon. That is going to be the correct answer. So you just give the click on the correct answers. And here we go. The students are going to see something like we are having on the screen today. The appearance is going to be different from the scene that we have in the point of in the teacher's point of view. It is going to be different from something that the students are going to see. So as you can see here, I have exactly the same question. So the first one, where does the story happen? And the second one, what was the woman doing at that time? This is something that the students are going to see in their device. Then we can also have some pictures here. So instead of having the questions, the sentences only, we can also have the picture. As you can see here, you can have the picture, add the picture. So it is not necessary for you to find the picture. Just click that one, quiet Sunday afternoon, then you are going to be given some different pictures that you can choose. And this is something that you can see on the right side is something that appears on the student's screen. So it is not going to be a very boring screen. It is not going to be a very monotonous screen, but then the students are going to have some pictures. And when we share the link to the students, then they try to do the exercises. We can also see the score and also the time. So as what you can see here, Indra can answer those two questions, but then she needed 19.5 seconds to finish doing those two questions. So we can also have the time and the score that the students did for the assignment that we share with the students. Then that is quiz. Now the second feature is random wheel. As you can see here, I have exactly the same questions, but then the result is going to be different. This is something that the students are going to see in their device, and we have to spin that one to spin the random picker or the word wheel. The wheels. Then when we stop the spinning, then it is going to be there on a certain question that the students have to answer. So I think it is going to be different from the situation when we just share the questions on a piece of paper. Then we ask the students to answer the questions if it is compared with something that we can do. So in this case, we just spin the wheel, then the students are going to know what questions they have to answer. And the third feature in WordWall is random cards. I had exactly the same questions, but then something different is going to appear on the student screen. It is going to be like a pile of cards. Then the students are going to answer the questions based on the cards appear on their screen. The next one is, the next feature is open the box. So this is the appearance of the box before we open those boxes that we provide for the students. Then we can open one after another so that the students are not going to, the next question is going to be that one. now, so they can focus their attention on the questions shown by the teachers. Then the next one is anagram, when the students have to arrange the words into the correct ones. Now, I think this is such a gamification because we can have exactly the same questions, but then because we write them down in the different template, then the students are going to have something different. And in this case, the feature is maze chase. Then the students have to play. This is the player. Then they have, when they read what was the woman doing, then they have to find the answer based on the audio that they just listened to. Then they have to find the answer. So they have to move the characters to find the correct answer. That is maze chase. Then the next feature is airplane. Still, I have exactly the same questions, but then the students are going to have the different scene, they are going to have different things to do. In this case, they have to direct the airplane to the correct answer. If the answer is not correct, then they are going to have the cross. Okay. Then the next one is listening or viewing. When we teach listening, very often the teachers are going to think that it is not okay for us to allow the students to read the text. Meanwhile, actually, it is a very good one for teachers to do so. And one of the things, one of the platforms, one of the website that the students can, that the teachers can take is tubewizard.com, in which when you come to the website, then you are going to find some videos, YouTube videos, but then you can have the gap fill quizzes. So it is not necessary for you to have the to think of what words should I delete, what words should I hide from the students, but everything is going to be there. And another advantage of this website is about the type. As what you can see here, there are so many types and there are so many categories and there are so many varieties, meaning that you can listen to different pronunciation, American or the British one. And then the next one, this is the result of something that you did if you have finished trying to answer the questions. Yep, so you can click one of the video, then everything is going to be there. And actually this one is before you answer the questions, then it is still empty. Okay, so you try to answer or you try to fill in the gap based on something that you listen to from the dialogue in the video, then try to type something as the answers. But then if your answer is not correct, then it is going to, if your answer is correct, then it is going to, the platform is going to give you any comment. Well done. Or if the answer is not correct, then you can have the correct answer, such as the thing that we did for number 2, heart. That is not the correct answer. So you are going to be given the correct answer, that is was written. And the next one is not quite, meaning that for some points you still can answer the questions, but that is not the exact correct answers for that items. The next one is Yoglis. When we are dealing with Yogris, then it is about the pronunciation. So sometimes when you are doubtful about how to pronounce a certain words, then you are going to go to the dictionary, you are going to go to google.com to check the pronunciation of the words, but then you can go to Yogris to check the pronunciation of particular words. Then here we go. You go to yogris.com. Then you are going to be able to choose whether you want the British pronunciation or whether you want to have the American pronunciation. And again, it is going to be taken from some YouTube videos. Yeah. So let's say you want to know how this word is pronounced. Marvelous. Then you are not sure about how to pronounce that word, then you go to Yogris, then type marvelous, then you are going to be able to know, as what you can see here, that there are 4,279 videos that can give you the examples of how to pronounce the words marvelous. So you can go from one video to the second videos to check whether to check how that word is pronounced. Then this is what I told you just now. Sometimes teachers think that it is not good for a student, for our students, to read something while they are listening to the audio. But then I try to quote Pak Willie's opinion, the results of one of the results of Pak Willie's research, that students in the RL, reading while listening, meaning that they have the caption while listening to the audio, students in the RL condition not only achieve higher scores than those in the LO or listening only without reading the caption, but they also perceive the listening task to be more interesting. So it means that when we give a chance for the students to read something while listening to the video or to the audio, then it is going to make them feel that the class is interesting, and it is going to help them to understand more about the content of the audio or the video. The last one that I'm going to tell you is lyrics training. I know that most of you, or perhaps some of you, likes singing a song. So again, sometimes we want to give song as one of the materials, but then we have to delete some words. Then now it is not necessary for you to do it because everything is there. Yep. So again, the video is taken, most of the videos are taken from YouTube videos, but then something that is missing or the deleted words are there. So it is not necessary for you to think of which words should I delete. Everything is there. See, this is something that you are going to see in lyrics training. You can find so many genres, so you can choose either one. Then from that genres, then you can choose one of the videos available in lyrics training. Then you can click the videos. Then here we go. You are going to be given the choice whether you want to have the beginner or the intermediate, the advanced or the expert ones. Just click one of them based on your condition, and this is something that you are going to have. Something that you have on the right side, something in the circle, then there is blah 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 much that I can't see. While listening to the song, then you can try to fill in the blank. It is not going to go forward if you cannot answer that deleted words. So you have to be able to answer the deleted words, then you can go on to the next missing words. And here we go. Through the smoke screen of the blah, blah, blah. So that is the deleted word. It is not necessary for us to delete the words, but it is there. Everything is there. Ma'am, what happens if we do not know the lyrics? Don't worry, because you are given the lyrics and the lyrics can be downloaded. So you have the key, okay? You have the answers for the deleted words. And those are the references that I tried to have for my presentation. Finally, thank you very much. And if you want to have the slides, then you can scan the barcode. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, for being here in my session. Go back to you, Kalisa.
Okay, thank you, Mika. Wow, the material is truly extraordinary and certainly provide new insight for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, next session is Q&A session. Feel free to write or use the raise hand feature to submit your question.
May I have the barcode again? Yes. Wait a minute, ma'am. There you go. Perhaps you can take the picture, then later on you can scan the barcode. Back to you, Lisa.
Yeah, Ibu Eka, this is Calvin. I don't have any questions, but just say thank you, Bu, for sharing the websites. I think very cool. I think I need to explore those websites after this. So just say thank you for that. Okay.
You are going to be the next presenter, Kak.
For the participant, feel free to write your question on the text box, or you can use raise hand feature in the Zoom to submit your question.
I share the links. Perhaps you want to have the sensation of playing the word wall. So I try to share the links in our chat box. No questions, I think, moderator. So I think we can end my session.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. We would like thanks to Mimika.
There is one question in our chat box.
For presenting the material is very interesting way, and to all webinar
There is one question from Ibu Sylvia Nanda Putri, Ibu or Mbak Sylvia Nanda Putri. Bu Eka, thank you for the insightful presentation, but let me ask you a question. How if the student's connection had a bad signal in accessing some of the online tools? That is beyond my expectation, yeah, Ibu, because it also happens to the committee of this webinar. The internet connection is not so good, then they were out of the Zoom. So when we are talking about the signal, I cannot say anything. But when teachers try to create that one, I do believe that you are going to try to be in a place, in a site in which the signal is very good. Try to create the one at home, then try to share the link when you are in the classroom. I hope that can answer the question from Ibu Sylvia Nanda Putri. Kalisa, you are still mute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Maybe have some question for the participant. I think it's no more question, ma'am. So can I close decision? Or maybe Memeka want to ask something?
No, Pak Calvin is going to have the presentation. So I think if there is no more question, then yeah, you can go to the next session.
Okay, we would like to thanks to our third speaker, Memeka Wahyuningsi, SPD MPD, for presenting the material in very interesting way, and to all webinar participants who have listened to the material well. Hopefully, we can apply and spread this information to others. Previously, Memeka Wahyuningsi asked to give a certificate as a for of appreciation for collaborating with us to be speaker. Let me wait a minute, let me share screen. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'm not a host in this Zoom.
Have you been the co-host? Kalisa, have you been the co-host?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. This is for the certificate, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kalisa.
Thank you again to Memeka Wahyuningsi for being for speaker with material that inspire us all. Well, it has arrived at the end of the session. Me, Kalisa Deliana, as the moderator, want to apologize if there are words and behavior that are not good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kalisa Deliana as the moderator for permission to leave. So goodbye and see you later. Then I will giving back to Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Memeka, for the interesting material. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kalisa. And for the last presentation, our last moderator, Ms. Gania, will lead the presentation. So, Ms. Gania, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thanks to Dimas for the time and opportunity that has been given. It's my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the Mastering School Communications in Century Education through Technology International's webinar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the audience is still enthusiastic about receiving material from our next outstanding speaker. Well, before that, my name is Gania Salsabila Putri, as a student of English department, also as the moderator of today's webinar. I'm very happy to see you here and welcome all of you to this webinar. Of course, an extraordinary material will be delivered by an extraordinary speaker and inspire us. Well, for our fourth speaker, we have speaker namely Mr. Justinus Calvin Gaimeli, PhD. He is a researcher and lecturer in the English Language Education Program at Universitas Kristen Satyawacana in Salatiga, Indonesia. He is also a board member of ITELL, Indonesia Technology Enhanced Language Learning, a recipient of the Fulbright Scholarship from Indonesia, and Mr. Justinus Calvin earned his PhD in Language, Literacy, and Technology Education from Washington State University, Pullman, Washington in USA. And what really inspired us all, where he has a research interest in the field of language, literacy, technology, and education. All right, before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentations will go. The first speaker will be invited to present the material for 60 minutes, which includes a questions and answer sessions. All right, let's say hello to the speaker of our webinars today, Mr. Justinus Calvin. How are you, Mr. Justinus Calvin?
Hi, Gania. How are you? I'm doing great. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing great too. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Justinus Calvin, for the greeting us. So the certain time, because our speaker, Mr. Justinus Calvin Gaimeli, is already in the Zoom room, we immediately invite him to present the material. For participants who have questions regarding the material presented by Mr. Justinus, can simply write in the chat box provided, or participants can use the raise hand feature in the Zoom, then only to submit other questions after being invited. All right, Mr. Justinus Calvin, time is yours to present the material.
Okay, thank you, Gania, for the warm introduction. Okay, let me share my screen, Ibu Bapak. Okay. Second. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see my slide? Can you hear my voice? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Justinus, it's clear.
All right. So, selamat pagi, Ibu Bapak. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here, invited by Ibu Eka to talk about this topic, extensive listening in FL classroom practices and strategies. More specifically, Ibu Bapak, in my session today, basically I would like to share with you extensive listening practices, students' activities, and tasks that they did in my extensive listening classroom at my university in UKSW in Salatiga. And for information, in my presentation today, the context of the extensive listening practices is for English as a foreign language undergraduate students done in a face-to-face setting. So therefore, if you are, for example, teaching in an online environment or with different level of students, probably you might need to adjust a little bit some activities that I will present so that they can be applicable to your setting. Okay. And then secondly, in my session today, I would like to tell you about my extensive listening practices as a graduate student, as a doctoral student at that time, back in the year 2019 until 2021, kind of topics and types of the extensive learning materials that I listened to, which might also be appropriate for your extensive listening classroom. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. And thirdly, I would like to share with you what the literature says or called making connection strategy, that your students can use to respond to the listening text they have listened to. And in my reflection, I see the possibility of integrating this strategy, the making connection strategy, into a reflective journal, yeah, that is often said or often believed in the literature as a commonly used assessment tool, yeah, for excessive listening practices. And if you have questions, feel free to type them in the chat box, and I will respond to your questions after my presentation. Okay. So now I will describe the excessive listening practices in my classroom, Ibu Bapak, during in a semester or in 16 weeks time. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. So for information, in the first 3 weeks, my students work in a group of four or five, yeah, and there were commonly 5 to 6 groups in my classroom, and then each group in the first 3 weeks was assigned to read an extensive listening related journal article to learn briefly about the extensive listening literature. And then in week 3, they had to do a group presentation in the classroom. Yeah, in the classroom. So they came and then they presented the material to talk about key points. Yeah, key points of the paper that they had read. Okay. So these activities were done in week 1 until week 3, and then my role as a lecturer at that time was to provide these articles to my students. And at the time, I usually downloaded and put the articles in Google Drive and then shared the link with my students so that they could access these articles outside the classroom. Okay. And then to decide which group read which article at that time, so we did the lottery. So we take the number. Hey, I got this number 1. Okay, I needed to read this article. So we did that kind of lottery. Okay, and then this was what my students had to cover in the presentation session, which lasted around 15 minutes. And in doing this presentation, AVA was required at that time. Or they had to prepare their slides, pictures if necessary, showing pictures on the slides if necessary. And at that time, everyone had to speak during the presentation. Okay, and then I applied the peer assessment rubric at that time to ensure that each group member contributed equally to their presentation preparation. Yeah, just to make sure that everyone had the responsibility or made the contribution to prepare the presentation. Okay. Yeah. So these are the points that they had to cover at that time. So first of all, they introduced their group members and the article they read. And secondly, they explained definitions of the excessive listening, and then presented key points or interesting ideas about excessive listening that they read in the article. Like, for example, advantages of extensive listening for language learning, or probably some challenges that they found in the article. Okay, and then they concluded their presentation, and then we moved to the Q&A session. And in this presentation, of course, at that time, we did not ask them to explain the method used by the researchers, not that way, but we just asked them to talk the ideas of excessive listening. Okay, so those are the activities done in week 1 until week 3. And then, in the following weeks, week 4 to week 16, my students did this excessive listening activities. So outside the class, they had to find and download the listening materials, okay, based on the various topics here. that you can see on the slide. Okay. And then in the classroom syllabus, we inform our students about various websites, various websites that provided free to access or free to download listening materials. And then outside the class, they have to save the downloaded files on their phones or laptops, in their laptops, so that they could play the files, the listening files, and listen to them either outside the class and later on inside the classroom. Okay. And then outside the class, they have to write what I call as the extensive listening journey. So basically, it's in the form of a table, Ibu Bapak, and I will show you later on how it looks. And in that journey table, the students could write. Actually, they could complete that EL journey, extensive listening journey, every day. Soon after they got the listening materials, and soon after they finished listening to the materials. Okay, and then for information, this extensive listening journey was submitted in week 16. Okay, and then outside the class, my students also had to write their what I call as extensive listening reflective journals. Okay. Which were to be submitted in weeks 6, 9, and 14. Okay. And then inside the classroom, my students had to listen to the listening materials that they had downloaded and kept on their phones or laptops. So in my classroom, in my extensive listening classroom, my students were allowed to use their phones for the purpose of listening the materials. Okay. And then of course inside the classroom, they could also write their extensive listening journey soon after they listen to the materials that they brought to their classroom. Okay. And then after that, the students were asked to share what they listened to with their classmates. So basically they had to talk with one another, share. Okay. And they did that inside the classroom. Okay. And then in weeks 6, 9, 12, and 14, then each student had to do their 5-minute presentation. Yeah, basically to summarize and comment a little bit on the listening material they have listened to. Okay. So yeah, these are more or less the activities that we have in my extensive listening classroom. Okay. And then Ibu Bapak, these are the websites that we suggested to our extensive listening students. We put this in the syllabus, but then recently I think I read a very good article written by Dr. Ivan and Dr. Renandia, who listed more of the resources in their article that you can later on use to help students find extensive listening materials. Okay. Feel free to read their article published in Teflon Journal. I think it's open access. Everybody can download and read the article. Okay. And then this what the extensive listening journey table looks like, Ibu Bapak. So basically, they need to mention the day and date, when the student listened to the listening material. Okay. And they have to write down the title, the title as well, the title and duration of the listening material. And they have to write down the source or where they downloaded the material. And the notes there is basically a sentence that tells what the listening material is about. And there we have the teacher signature just to make sure that we read the journey, and we usually put simple signature of thick, making sure that we check their work and we put the tick on the table. Okay. And then this is about the reflective journal, Ibu Bapak. So for each topic, For example, children's stories in weeks 4 until 6. So at that time, my students were required to write their reflective journal covering these points here, okay? And within each topic, for example, in weeks 4 until 6, they had to submit 4 reflective journals here, okay? And in my reading of literature, so far, this kind of listening journal is still one of the feasible assessment tools for excessive listening activities here. As what I, for example, as what I read from Dr. Renandia and Dr. Ivan's article, okay, published by Teflon Journal. Yeah, so basically those are the excessive listening activities that I had in my excessive listening classroom. So now I will share you a little bit a brief story, actually. Not a story, but experience of my excessive listening practices, especially as a graduate student here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure whether you have ever watched these videos. Yeah, let me know if you have ever watched these videos before. Yeah, so this is my story, Bapak, students, friends. So I consumed these kinds of videos from YouTube and TED Talk when I was in the US at that time for around 2 years, I can say. Okay, so I listened to and then watched these videos, and then I activated the transcript. Okay, I activated the transcript to help me comprehend the content here, Ibu Bapak. So in this case, I did what Dr. Renandia and Dr. Ivan called as the combined the listening, viewing, and reading here. Okay, so for information, actually this is not important, but let me tell you this. I usually did this activity at night when I watched my dishes, Ibu Bapak, at night, 9 in the evening, 10 in the evening, when I did when I watched my dishes. So I washed and I put my phone my side, and I like watch this video, listen to what they talk here. Okay, so actually the main purpose of this activity of doing this activity at that time was to familiarize me with the American accent, Ibu Bapak, so that so that I could be like more prepared when communicating with my American friends and professors, because sometimes I just felt that sometimes they spoke too fast, so sometimes I found it difficult to following what they say. Okay, so I decided to listen to these videos. Okay, and I can tell that this activity helped me a lot in that point. Okay, and then in addition to that, so when I read the article by Professor Widodo and Rozaks, so in their words, I think I can tell that this activity was a part of my, was also a part of my lived experiences doing my PhD at that time. Yeah, in a way that at that time I needed to consume these videos to strengthen me on that long and winding road of doing PhD. Yeah. So I like this. I like this kind of videos talking about the motivation, kind of words that could at that time strengthen me on my process of doing PhD. Okay, so my point of saying this is that probably we can also think about introducing this kind of authentic topics to our students, in addition to probably the commonly used extensive listening material, like for example about news or about children's stories or about short stories here. Okay, So with this kinds of extensive listening materials, what I hope is this, Ibu Bapak. Yeah, I also hope that the extensive listening practices and materials that our students listen to or that we listen to can also improve not only their students' language learning, language skills, not only improve our language skills, but hopefully at the same time can also be fruitful for our students' self-development to meet any challenges of today's world, yeah, or probably deal with their current life stage, like especially in this 21st century world. Okay, I'm not sure whether it makes sense to you, but I think we can talk about it later on in the question and answer session. Okay, so that's our that's my experience. But once again, we can talk about it later. Okay, and the next thing that I'd like to share with you today is about this, the making connection that probably you can use in your extensive listening classroom. Okay. Yeah, making connection, I think this is not a new practice, but I learned this strategy in my language literacy class at that time when I did my graduate study. Yeah, basically just recently, back in the year 2019. At that time, this strategy helped me to comprehend the content of the 200 page literacy, 200-page literacy book at that time. But then in my observation and reflection, I see that we might integrate this strategy into the extensive listening reflective journal. So in a way that we can ask our students to think and reflect a little bit more about the listening materials they listen to, more than just, like, for example, describing what the listening text is about, or more than just, for example, asking them to summarize the listening text. Okay, and yeah, as you can see on the slide, there are 3 types of making connection. So the first one is text to self. So in connecting self to text, we can ask how what we have already known, our personal experiences or feelings and thoughts can also relate to the extensive listening material that we listen to. Okay. And then in connecting text to text, then we can think about how the extensive listening material we listen to relates to other listening sources that we have ever listened to, or probably we can connect the listening materials to probably books or articles that we have read. Yeah. Okay. And then in connecting text to world, then we can ask if the extensive listening material in a way reminds us of, for example, families or some famous people or events in our life or what is going on in the world outside the school. Okay. So yeah, so I think we can think about this, and we can reflect on this, and let me know whether you can, or whether you see the possibilities of using this strategy in your extensive listening class. Okay. Yeah. So before I end my presentation, I would like to thank my colleagues in UKSW, Ibu Ana, Pak Anton, Professor Astika, and Ibu Vika Ananta. Yeah, I learned a lot from them about the extensive listening practices. So yeah, I thank them. Okay. And then Ibu Bapak, since you are here since the morning, I would like to give you 2 free ebooks that you can download later on. The first one is this is the first book, Simple Technology for Language Classrooms, a collection of lesson plans of technology supported language learning. Feel free to use and adapt the lesson plans there. You can download for free. Okay, you can take picture or yeah, you can download the book for free after this session. And the second book is from the ITEL team, Ibu Bapak, Indonesian Technology and Enhanced Language Learning team, written last year. But I think you can find the theoretical and practical ideas of integrated technology into language teaching and learning. Okay, so this book is written in Bahasa Indonesia, probably might interest some of you here. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. If you have questions later on, you can feel free to email me, and hopefully I can respond to your email soon. Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much. That's all my presentation on this topic, and back to you, Mbak Gania. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Istinus Calvin. If the material is truly extraordinary and certainly provides new insight for all of us. If the participant has a questions, they can be written through the chat box Zoom feature, or can use the raise hand feature and just go straight to the on mic.
Bapak Ibu, perhaps for your intention, Kak Calvin is also one of the board members of ITEL, Indonesian Technology Enhanced Language Learning. That is an association dealing with those who are interested in having technology in the classroom. Yep. So perhaps if you want to know a little bit more about ITEL, then Kak Calvin can also answer your questions about that one. Kak, don't you want to promote your association? Our association, actually.
Oh, really? Can I do that here?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so basically, if you're interested in seeing what we have been doing so far, our activities, our webinar sessions, I think what you can do, the easiest way is to visit the our website, Ibu Bapak.
You're still mute, Kak.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to know more about ITEL, Indonesian Technology Enhanced Language Learning, is I think to visit the website. Yeah. May I share my screen?
Yes, I think you can do it.
Okay. Yeah, quick. Okay, if you ask me to share about this. Yeah, this is the website ITEL, Ibu Bapak, that you can visit. Yes, thank you, Mas Daniel. Mas Daniel is here. He's also the board member of ITEL. This is our website. You can visit this website for free. And then if you click this, you can know more about ITEL, who are the boards of this organization. If you want to see our previous conferences, you can click here and see our conference in 2016, 18, 20, and just recently in 2020 in Yogyakarta. Yeah. And then we also have some publication, book, proceedings that you can download for free as well. So please do visit this website. Okay. Daniel, do you want to add something, or Ibu Eka, do you want to add?
Yeah, Bapak Ibu, I think it is very useful to join or to at least to visit the websites of ITEL so that we can learn some things. Not only some, but we can learn so many things. Yep. Not only from Kak Calvin, but also from Kak Daniel, who is also here. And they like sharing about some new apps, new platforms that we can learn and we can bring into our classroom. Kak Daniel, do you?
Yeah, the most important thing is, I think it's free. We're about to access the content. So yeah, do visit our website.
And if you can, come to the next conference.
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Kak Daniel, do you want to say something? Kak Daniel is also here, I think.
Yeah.
The next conference will be in Jember, I guess.
I hope so.
Yeah, that's all. Well said, Mas Calvin. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Yeah.
All right.
So
Is
that's
there any
all. Yeah.
participant can ask the questions? Can write in the chat box or use a feature raise hand in the Zoom.
Oh, I see Pak David as well. Pak David, Imar Maya, yeah. I see Bu Sonia as well.
Yeah,
Ibu
David Imam Miarta.
Imam Miarta, ya. Halo Pak David.
Yes, Pak Calvin.
Hi,
It's good to see
greetings
you
from
again.
Salatiga.
And thank you again for sharing with the students and also with the audience here today.
Yeah,
Very inspirational, especially with the extensive listening. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's going to be a good practice of how students can improve their listening comprehension, especially when we don't have the exposure to the language in our daily life. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak David. What I present probably might not be the best one, but hopefully you can learn some from some parts of the ideas that I shared to you. Yeah. So.
No questions? I think we can go on, Gania.
All right. Well, here I want to convey the short conclusions of today's webinar material from study students, namely EL exercise. In today's era, it's very useful for students in learning and also requires some strategies. And there are several key points that need to be considered when applied in the classroom. Use activities uniquely with each week according to the situations of the article or syllabus. Do the strategy based on the topics and activities that will be carried out, so students are more comfortable in participating in learning. And most importantly, try to connect with the EL material that will be given to the students. Well, because the time has run out, I will continue in the next sessions. We would like to thank our presenter, Mr. Justinus Calvin Gemelli, PhD, for presenting the material in a very interesting way, and to all webinar participants who have listened to the material well. Hopefully, we can apply and spread this to others. Previously, Mr. Justinus Calvin allow us to give a certificate as a form of appreciation for collaborating with us to be a speaker. Thank you again, Mr. Calvin. Here's your certificate.
Thank you. Thank you, Becca. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Justinus Calvin. Glad to see you to be a speaker in this webinar. It has arrived at the end of the sessions. Me, Gania Salsabila Putri, as the moderator, want to apologize if there are words and behavior that are not good. I am Gania as the moderator for permissions to leave. See you later. Then I will return it to Dimas, who has the master of ceremony of the webinar. Dimas, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Gania, for leading the last presentation. So the next session is our last session, that is closing. So let's pray together. Hopefully that our webinar today will give us some new knowledge and skills. So let's pray. Okay, done. And before ending this webinar, we're going to take some pictures. So open your camera, please, and give us your best smile.
No, not yet, Dimas. Junior, where are you? I think you can share the exit ticket for the audience here. Junior, where are you? Junior, are you here? Dimas?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Junior? He has the link of the certificate. Yeah, Irma, you can also share the link of the certificate. Please share the link in our chat box so that all of the audience can fill in the exit ticket. Bapak Ibu, in our chat box, you can see the link of the certificate and it will be closed at 2 p.m. So no more reasons. If you cannot fill in the link of the certificate, then we are afraid that we cannot provide you the certificate. So please check our chat box, then you can find the link of the certificate. Pak Michael, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Will you please? Yes, because we are going to have the photo session. Yeah, so Bapak Ibu, as what the Master of Ceremony told you just now, before leaving this Zoom session, we are going to have the photo session and there are 8 pages here. So please try to provide me 8 smiles, the best ones, yeah, the best smiles that you can give me, because we don't know on what screen on you are going to be on. Yep. Ready? The first one. 1, 2, 3. Smile, Bapak Ibu. Show me your best smile. The second one. Smile. Okay. The third one. Gaya bebas. Next, the fourth one. The black ones. The fourth one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. Okay. One more page. Yeah. Finally, we come to the end of the screen here. So I hope that all of you are there in our screen. Go back to you, Dimas.
Thank you, Ma'am Mega. So thank you everyone for attending this webinar today. We appreciate you being with us today here. So I'm as MC today. If I in leading this event I made mistakes or offend someone here, please forgive me. Thanks again for joining us today, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, for joining this session. Thank you very much, Pak Michael, Kak Calvin, to be here as our presenters, and we do hope that Bapak Ibu can also join us in the next webinar. So stay tuned in our social media because I do believe that next month we are going to have another one with some other outstanding speakers. Okay. Once again, Bapak Ibu, thank you very much for your coming. Thank you very much for joining this session. And don't forget to fill in the link of the certificate because it is going to be closed at 2 p.m. Thank you, Michael, for being here. Thank Thank you so much. Pak Willy has left us because he has to attend another webinar in another city. Thank you, Bu Fitri, for being the moderator. Thank you, all of my colleagues who are here. And thank you, the committee, for being here to help us having the webinar. Thank you, Bapak Ibu.
Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Thank you, Pak Michael. Thank you, Bu Eka.
Pak Galvin.
Nice to meet
you.
See you in our next webinar.